Hey, so let's check out the first comment for today. Okay. That's the first comment today. My name is SHAKKA-AHMOSE. Welcome to Facts Over Feelings with SHAKKA-AHMOSE. I welcome you. And without further ado, well, there's always an ado. You can't say without further ado because there's always an ado, right? Okay, here we go. So without further ado, let's do this.
Yeah, we went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the era of the hair. Whoa, wow, this is a hero.
Okay, that means that we are officially on. That's what that means. So, I want to thank you guys for spending last night with me during that live. I normally don't like to do lives when I'm tired like that, because I don't like for people to see me like that, and I feel very vulnerable, and I don't feel like that I can compute as accurately as I make every effort to. So with that, let's see here. I'm gonna put this right here. Here we go. Okay. Boom. All right. Okay. Let's make sure that we are ready to discuss without here we go. Wait, is that pinned? Wait, that's pinned. Okay. So again, I want to thank you all for those of you who did spend time with me last night on that. I mean, I don't even remember what I was talking about. I remember some of it. And sometimes when I do those impromptu discussions, I say things that surprise myself that I didn't even know I was thinking. You know, I'll say that again. I say things sometimes myself that I didn't even know I was thinking. So I said some things last night that kind of like blew me away. Like when I spoke about our communities not having any training institutions to produce good husbands and good wives. Well, what that essentially means is that collectively we have decided that we no longer invest any value in the institution of marriage, and we should just be honest about it. Instead of pretending that it's normal for us to get married when there are no marriage institutions in our communities, in our culture, or in our traditions that lead to the production of good husbands and good wives, thereby leading to good families. You know, that's a non-existent factor in throughout the Black community. So it doesn't mean that there aren't good wives and good husbands and good families in the Black community. It doesn't mean that at all. What it means is that the mere fact that they exist is kind of a testimony for those of you who don't believe in miracles. You know, if you don't believe in miracles, the fact that there are strong families and that there are good husbands and that there are good wives throughout the Black communities, you should believe in miracles, because by all accounts, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't exist because, as I said last night, within our communities, we have no marriage training institutions. Not even in the two places that you would think would. Well, there's really three institutions where the greatest preparation for those things should take place: the family, the schools, and the church. None of those institutions offer explicit training for successful marriage or successful families. So the mere fact that they exist, you should believe in miracles. Okay, so hey, here's to strong Black and good Black husbands and good Black wives and strong Black families. Absolutely. So, just going to say a few hellos here before I get started. I'm literally going to give people probably a little less than 5 minutes to show up. And did you guys see the first comment somebody left today? That was the first comment. Well, I would say thank you for the blessing. That's what I would say. Thank you for the blessing. I'm grateful for it and I'm appreciative of it. You know, honestly, that's how I feel. When I see something like that, I don't feel like, oh, I don't believe in God or I don't believe in your God. No, it's someone showered a blessing on what I came here to do today. And I'm grateful for it. You know, they did the best they could with what they know and what they have at their disposal. And me being the gracious person that I am, or that I try to be, to just say thank you. That's it, you know. All righty, absolutely. Shout out to RPM. Shout out to Don Philly the Bull. All right, that's what's up. Jacoby J. Hotep, absolutely. Matthew Pilm, Hotep, peace, brother. Jackie Johnson, peace, absolutely. Tall God Heru, peace, fam, absolutely. Hey, Waco, Texas in the house. Shout out to man. Hotep to you. Blessings of the day. Welcome, welcome. Come. Retain ascension. Yes, we are here, long awaited and ready for the education, nonetheless. Absolutely. Right. ETM Hotep, absolutely. Done with it, Hotep, absolutely. Done with it. Right. Absolutely. Okay. Courtney Mason, salute to you. I appreciate you right back. And salute to the chat as well. Absolutely. Hey, it's Sunday. So for those of you who went to church today, you're going to find this broadcast very interesting. And if you know people that are interested in this kind of discussion, you should contact them and tell them to watch this while it's live. I mean, it'll be here after the live is gone, after the live is over, for people to watch later. But I just think there's something different and special when it's happening right at that moment. And I'm sure many of you agree. So I would say, hey, send somebody a text. Yo, SHAKKA-AHMOSE is on right now. He's talking about a topic that a lot of people try to talk to. They don't do a really good job of it. But this is not going to be your average beating up the black church. This is not going to be an average discussion. That's what I'm telling you, right? So let's see here. All right, Kwame Stevens, peace and love, absolutely. But yeah, I really like that one, Letitia. This is right on time. So let's see. Marriage is more like a business institution, keep it structured in the Western reality. Well, sure, absolutely. Good point, agreed. He's not a teacher, he's reminding. Letitia, he's not a teacher, he's reminding. Okay, I'll go with that. Reminding. Okay, resilience. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Hey, I like your avatar. She's one of my favorite people. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, no question about it. And please hit the like and share the video. Please. Thank you, Public Enemy number 1. I have 19,000 subscribers. I should have been to 1 million a long time ago. However, unfortunately, I was building up other people's platforms with my presence and not tending to my own vineyard, to use biblical terminology. Absolutely. So okay. Sex is a huge reason. Oh, facts. This is a fact right here. Oh yeah, that's a huge factor. We're going to talk about that too, not today, but I'm going to be addressing a lot of things on this platform. Just things that I feel that I can add value to the discourse. That's it, you know. That's it. Oh, Real Radio Talk. Hey, Uja, Uncle Johnson Neb Queen. We're gonna link. Don't worry about it. I got your message. Don't worry about it. We're gonna link. Absolutely. I briefly brought you up last night, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. In love and respect only. Okay. Trigger Loco, I appreciate you. That's what's up. Taba Hotep, what's up? Absolutely, Hotep family. Right, absolutely. Oh, thank you so much. See this? This is important, people. See that? I just shared this to my page. That's what you all need to do. Share it to your page, right? You know, it's an effort. There's so much fighting back that we have to do that literally every little thing counts. One of the truest statements I've ever heard in my life is, it's a game of inches. And it really is a game of inches. So every little inch that we take back in the marketplace of ideas is a little more breathing space for us as a people to be who, not only who we are, which is questionable, but really more importantly, who we were meant to be, right? So, because if anything got interrupted and redirected and in many respects aborted, it was that one thing, who we were meant to be. And when you really think about it, that's a real travesty. You know what I mean? Not achieving that and not living that out. So me being who I am, and for those of you who don't know, I'm a research specialist, independent. I tend to be pretty effective at what I do. And I try to do it in service of the community that gave birth to me, which is the Black community within the United States. However, I have a lot of strong ties. My family has a lot of strong ties to the continent of Africa. So I just grew up with a lot of African relatives. So I've always been very comfortable in my African identity. And so my mandate, the cultural mandate, or the life purpose that I have, I guess, accepted, and you kind of could not accept it if you grew up the way that I grew up. You know, it's almost as if I was engineered to be who I am. My effort has just always been to be the best version of that. And I think that explains a lot about myself. So please share this to your page. Don't forget to do that. Right? Where we at? Hey, Lauren, stranger, always being a stranger. That's okay. That's all right. You stay a stranger. You stay right over there. But good to see you. Absolutely. All right. Hey, right. Oh, yeah, live is best, but I appreciate the fact that you shared it so that people can see it and they can tune in. It matters because, especially in the marketplace of ideas, particularly on YouTube today, it's oversaturated with so much BS that it's a game of inches. And the message, it's not, I don't need the help. The message needs the help, right? The message needs the help. And if you place value in the message, then this is an opportunity to get one for the team, you know, and it might be an important one that reverberates through time, depending on how good a job I do today, right? So here we go. The one and only. Yeah, the one and only. Absolutely. Okay. Why am I so feminine, brother? Okay, so here we go. All right. Okay. Oh, okay, YK the Truth. I'm looking forward to that email. I hope you sent it recently. Okay. Yeah, none of your business. I got rid of him really quick. Yeah. He's trying to figure out why he's attracted to me. So he wants to accuse me of being feminine. No, you should check yourself. You're wondering why you're attracted to me, and you think it has something to do with me being feminine. Nah, but you got issues that you got to work through. You understand what I'm saying? I've been dealing with that. I've dealt with that all my life. All my life, bro. I don't get it from just women. I get it from men and women. And I have all my life, I've had to like check people. You know what I mean? Like, nah, bro. Like, you could be a human being, but you got to keep that over there. You know what I mean? So for you to come into my chat and ask me a question like that, a silly person came into my chat and said, Shaka, why are you so feminine? No, the question is, why do you, first of all, men are attracted to females. If you're seeing something feminine to me, what that expresses that you are for some reason finding yourself attracted to me. What you need to ask yourself is what's going on with you. That's what's going on. Okay. All right. So yeah, absolutely. No, they're not even lowered. First of all, they can't lower the energy. It would take true strength to lower the energy, or a very large vacuum. And that is the one weapon that ignorant people do have. They have a vacuous space in their mind. So in that regard, you are correct. They can come into any environment and lower the energy, but the choice is mine whether or not to respond to it. I chose to respond to it, to use it as a teaching moment, so that the next time he comes across an individual, a male, a man who he perceives as behaving in some form of fashion or context as being feminine, he needs to ask himself the real question. What are you dodging? Why are you having cognitive dissonance over the fact that you find yourself attracted to this male? You need to deal with that, right? I don't have those kind of issues. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So here we go. Right. Okay. So hold on a second. Again. Yeah, unfortunately, well, I mean, look, I'm not one thing. No, I'm not going to do that. Here we go. Right, here we go. Okay. Oh, why do you think a person like Tyler Perry hasn't made a movie of King Men Kepera? Any kid, the great kid. Why do I think that? I think that because Tyler Perry does what he knows. Tyler Perry is not a historian. Tyler Perry doesn't know much about true Black history or real African history. At least his work does not exhibit that he does. He knows immediate culture. He knows the hand-me-down culture that we got in this country from colonial white people. That's what he knows, which is what most of us know. So you can't fault Tyler Perry for that. Tyler Perry is not a college grad who had a master's or undergrad in ancient African history or global history. That's not who he is. So why should we expect that from him? You understand what I'm saying? Why should we expect him to divest or invest his expertise in a subject matter that he doesn't know much about? You feel me? So it's not so who and what we were, which my value system tells me is worth the effort of restoring us to. That's something alien to him. You understand what I'm saying? And it doesn't make him a bad person. It just means that, we kind of have to accept each other where we are. And that's how we get to know each other. And if we get to know each other, then it provides the opportunity for us to teach each other and to learn from each other. You understand what I'm saying? And for all you males in the audience that are focusing on my shiny lips, again, you guys need help. I can't help you with that. Right? When I come on here, honestly, because I am who I am and I am a heterosexual male, my concern is, honestly, from the parents' perspective, how the females perceive me. I really don't care how the males perceive me. Other than that, I don't want to misdirect any males or portray something that would undermine their opportunity to see something that is at the very least acceptable. Okay? So here we go. Right? Like, I don't run by I don't run from questions. I just don't want poor questions to waste our time. So it's better to just get them out of here. Send them on to somebody else. Okay. Right. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, none of your business. Very much so. Very much so. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Yeah. So, and I always say, if you don't have haters, you ain't doing nothing. You've made no impact on the world. Right? You've none at all. They're in my chat. I have silly people in my chat asking silly questions. Now, there's a billion YouTube channels. How do you even know of me? And if you do know of me, what is it about me that has piqued your interest that you feel you need to take time to come and listen to me and watch me? Right? So, and then feel the need to say disparaging things, which is weird, So, no question about it. There you go. I taught him something about himself, and that's exactly why I did what I did. That's why I took the time to stop and teach him. People like that, I had to go up with people like that, people that used to bully. I grew up getting bullied a lot. And I didn't figure out until I got older why I was being bullied. The boys in my classroom didn't like the fact that the girls in my classroom liked me. Like, in a very aggressive way. And so they tried to make me feel bad about myself. They would make jokes about my nose, jokes about my lips. Or I was born in November. I'm from the nose Paul. I've heard every nose joke in the world. Everything. So I was confused. The guys were always telling me how ugly I was and how strange or whatever, while the girls were forcing me to walk them home and carry their books and threaten to get their brothers to beat me up if I wasn't their boyfriend. So, I realized later on, okay, so I'm a threat. Maybe he's worried about his girlfriend watching me or something, or his wife or his fiance. You don't think I get those mails? You don't think I get those messages? Trust me, I get messages from the time that I've been on YouTube of individuals who have had their relationships compromised, maybe because homie felt he didn't like his girlfriend watching me too much. And I have those messages. And really, I try to stay. What I first try to do is I try to invite the boyfriend to come watch, because I like to teach people. If I can teach you as a family, great. Bet both of y'all can sit there and watch me and listen and learn. But if you rather go watch Kendrick Lamar dissing Chris Brown, while your woman would rather sit there and get some information and learn that she could teach the children and develop her identity, then that's on you, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't come in my chat trying to make me feel bad about how God woke me up today and how the ancestors put their hands on me. You know what I mean? In a positive and constructive way. You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. No, this is not a replay. This is live right now. This is live right now. Okay? So, all right. Yeah. Just as a warning sign, moving forward, any men that have any comments about my appearance, you're just banned from my channel. That's it. Okay? Just to let you know, I'm not going to allow you to come in here and be a distraction to people. You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. So, okay. In fact, that's what I'm going to take this few moments for, just to get rid of as many distractions as we possibly can. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Exactly. You know how many brothers are watching this right now that could care less about my lips? So I'm telling you, a lot of you dudes, but that's part of the product of something we're going to talk about. Fatherlessness. It's part of the product of fatherlessness throughout the Black community, that you get a lot of latent homosexuality that expresses itself in terms of derision of heterosexual men. You understand what I'm saying? So, and it's not to disparage homosexuals. It's just to be honest about a situation. You understand what I'm saying? That's a situation of cultural mandates. You understand? So that's just what that is. Okay. All right. Oh, you know, 100%. But here's the thing, Canel. It takes one to know one. You see, that's the thing. It takes one to know one. So if a dude is not a man, I don't expect him to look at me and see a man. He would have to be a man to be able to recognize one in front of him. You understand what I'm saying? You have many males out here, right? I'm a man with all of my faults, all of my iniquities, all of my sins, all of the burdens that men have to deal with, because men have demons. And that's the truth, right? And I don't use that word biblically, right? Because when you use things biblically, you're really going to an archaic form of thinking that's not even highly developed, because you have highly developed forms of archaic thinking, but you also have what they call low rise. You have low rise or base archaic thinking. And so, again, it takes one to know one. Everybody knows that. People are like, yo, what up, King? Anytime somebody see me in the street, like I get shouted out a lot in Harlem as I walk around. People are like, yo, what up, King? What up, King? And I always respond the same way. It takes one to know one. That's my way of returning the compliment, right? That's my way of complimenting them. You called me a king. I tell them, no, it takes one to know one. So apparently you are one. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's up, right? So, okay. All right. Yeah, the one thing I've developed over the years is a lot of haters. Oh, no question about it. Yeah. But that tells me I've been on my job. The fact that I have haters is not a bad thing. I welcome it. And I don't feel any animosity towards them, you know? None at all. Truthfully speaking, they're irrelevant in the material. Right. And this is why you can't come to me with, oh, the white man is the black man's greatest enemy. There are no white people in my chat trying to distract us from today's subject matter. Those are all black people. Guarantee you, those are all black people. So you can't come to me with this whole white-black thing. I reject it. Right? Don't get me wrong. I don't reject it wholly, because I understand it has to be put in context. Where it matters, it matters. But where it doesn't matter, nah. Anyone that has ever come in my chat that has attempted to cause disruption, same color as me, right? So you have to, it is what it is. Okay. Oh no, no, DL. This is live. Absolutely. You're live during the day. Yes, I am. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, DL, you are hearing everything but the topic, but I tend to address the chat when I first come in. It's just a way of doing a little bit of vacuum cleaning before we get started. That way we don't have people in the chat being disruptive, right? Because they could be just as disruptive in the chat and distract people from the message. So I've been fortunate enough to get many people out of here, right? That's what's up. So here we go. The glyph for face. Okay, here we go. So here we go. So. And what I would ask people is, please refrain from asking questions that have nothing to do with today's topics. Okay, if you don't know what today's topic is, what I'm going to do is very quickly, I'm going to try to put the here we go. This is the title for today. So please direct all of your comments in the chat to the topic. If your comments are not directed to the topic, I will either put you on timeout or I will just get rid of you, period. Right? The less distractions we have, the better. The Black Church and their Apologists, an anti-Black racist satanic cult. Pastor Bennett serving as an example. Okay? That's what today is. So that's what today is all about, right? For those of you who want to show your appreciation, if you get value, and that's what I'm here to give, value. If you get value, refrain from the super chats, because I don't really have that kind of relationship with YouTube. Although I'm sure it piles up or whatever. I just don't pay it any mind. Cash App is much more immediate and much more effective as it serves the platform and the interest of the platform. Okay? So with that said, we're going to give it one more round now that we're ready to go. Here we go. I'll see you on the other side. 1 second.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the era of the hair. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
All right. Okay. So with that said, let's get started. Okay, we're here. What is this doing? Okay, cool. Wonderful. Okay. So let me see comments. I don't need to look at that right now. Okay. No, I can't. Okay. DL, I would strongly suggest that you listen to what I said a moment ago. Keep your questions focused on what I'm here to talk about today. If I see questions that are distracting me in the chat, I'm just going to get rid of you so that you're not a distraction. Okay. So that was your last warning. Okay. Here we go. Actually, yes, you did come just in time, Black Ice. Absolutely. Yes, you did. Okay. So here we go. Hold on 1 second. It's not Cam. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm like, why is it so warm in here? Give me 1 second, guys. Wow, it's off. Okay. All right. I was just trying to figure out why it was so warm in here. Okay. Okay. It's probably all that sweat from the bikers who just finished riding by my home. So I reside in the middle of Manhattan and right next to Central Park. And they had a big bike ride this morning or they close off the streets and it's nothing but bikers, like a bikers marathon, and literally right outside my window. So, and they tend to converse with each other while they're biking. So I woke up to the sound of the murmur of conversation. I'm like, who is outside my window with all of this talk? So it turns out there was that huge bike ride. So here we go. Okay. Shout out to Milwaukee. That's what's up. All right, presents. Here we go. I'm going to share my screen. Come on. Entire screen. Allow. I'm in. Here we go. And here we go. Okay. The only thing I'm going to do very quickly is I'm going to monitor where I am, and I will be down there. Okay, great. Okay. So, welcome to the first official offering of Facts Over Feeling. Let's get started. So, move this out the way. There's always something to do, huh? No, not going to disappear from me? Okay. No big deal. All right. I'll put this here. Here we go. Okay. Today's presentation is entitled The Black Church and Their Apologists, an Anti-Black Racist Satanic Cult. Now, you might ask yourself, why did I come up with this title? Why did I say the Black Church and Their Apologists, an anti-Black racist satanic cult? I want to break that down for you. I really do. Because it plays an important role. Let me see. Let me put this here. I'm going to be here. Right. So that's cool. So, and then I'm going to come back here so you can see this. Okay. Presentation mode. Yes. Okay. So I'm aware that you can see, I can't see what you're seeing right now because there's just a whole lot of stuff going on with technology that I haven't been keeping up with. So my StreamYard is forcing me to present in certain ways. So, but as long as I know what you guys are seeing, that's all I care about. So the Black Church and their apologists, I don't know if you know what apologetics is, but apologetics is when you argue on behalf of your beliefs, particularly of a particular ideology. And the problem that I have with apologists, and I've said this before, is that apologists care more about defending their ideology than they do about truth or facts, which automatically, as far as I'm concerned, disqualifies their position because they're not an honest broker in the discussion, right? The only thing they care about is winning their point. That's it. And that is a form of, what that automatically does is it automatically undermines truth. It automatically undermines facts because you have to twist the truth and the facts to fit your ideology as opposed to your ideology fitting the truth and the facts. So that is a backwards form of an approach to reality and to truth and to facts, right? Why did I call the Black Church anti-Black? You would think, well, Shakka's called the Black Church. How can it be anti-Black? The Black Church is one of the most anti-Black institutions in the world. In the world. Okay? Let me explain to you why. Before I started doing this, I was working on a picture and image. I'm still going to work on it, and I'm going to present it possibly in the next presentation, or certainly within the next 2 to 3 presentations. I want to construct an image because a picture is worth 1,000 words. I could tell you why the Black Church is anti-Black and why it's racist against Black people, right? I could tell you that because those two go together, anti-Black and racist. Those two actually go together, right? It's anti-Black. So its racism is in the form of anti-Blackness. Why is the racism of the Black Church in the context of anti-Blackness? Because through its devotion to biblical ideology, in order to legitimize itself, it has to deny and suppress actual Black history. The only institutions that should be denying and suppressing actual Black history are racist white institutions. Therefore, if the Black church is engaged in the same process and is engaged in the same exact undertaking as white institutions, which is the suppression and the denial of true Black history, then they are, by the very nature of what they do, anti-Black and racist against Black people. And they practice this racism against Black people every Sunday. They did it today all throughout the world, even in Africa. Even in Africa. Even in Ethiopia. Even in Ethiopia. Wherever you find a Christian church, you will find anti-Black racism. Why? Because of the milieu that the Bible was born in. And I'm going to do a presentation about that. I'm going to speak about it a little bit today. Right? One of the greatest crimes that all Black pastors commit every Sunday, and I said all, I didn't say some, I said all Black pastors, male or female, homosexual or heterosexual, doesn't matter. Wealthy or poor, doesn't matter. They all commit one transgression against the Black race that to me and for me is unforgivable. And I'm going to tell you what that is. They keep Black people psychologically trapped in Hellenism. It's ironic that an ideology that is supposed to be so anti-hell keeps Black people trapped in Hellenism. I've always thought that was ironic. 99% of the Black people that you speak to do not know, and that includes the pastors. Black, male, female, tall, short, fat, skinny. Doesn't matter which denomination you choose. Seventh-day Adventist, Baptist, what do they call it? Apostolic. Doesn't matter which one you pick. They're all guilty of this. Keeping Black people psychologically trapped in Hellenism, generation in and generation out. Here's the proof. You've never heard them speak about Hellenism. How could you be preaching from a book that was born in Hellenism and born of Hellenism? Both the Old Testament and the New Testament. How can you speak about a book that was born in and of Hellenism and never speak about Hellenism? Unless you got something to hide, number one, or two, you're too stupid to know where your literature comes from. But either way, it doesn't matter because you commit the same transgression against Black people every Sunday. And you do it with impunity. So I'm going to bring my voice down so I can conserve it. Right? So I don't know how many of you recognize this face, but this is the face of a particular pastor that I've had to deal with on a number of occasions. I've had a few run-ins with him. On each of them, they didn't end well for him at all. But there were some things that I figured out about him early on that I realized he was someone that I wanted to avoid, not because he's intelligent, because he's really not. It's because I realized that he's the most dangerous kind of religious person. He's a fanatic. He's what they call a zealot, right? And zealots you have to be very careful with. They don't understand boundaries. They don't know when enough is enough. They also don't know how to take an L, right? So when they take an L, Number one, they want to pretend that there was no L that took place. And then number two, they want to persist until they feel that they have come out on top in the eyes of their audience of one that they are catering to and pandering to. Okay? And he is the personification of that. We're going to get more into that as we go on. So, why would I use him? Why would I align him and his image with this imagery? Well, first of all, these people play deep psychological games. I'll show you one of them right now. If you look in the middle of this symbol, look what they put there. They put an Ankh, the symbol for life. The black man and black woman's symbol for life. An Ankh. African symbol. That's where they put it. That is ideological warfare. So that when you see it subconsciously, you automatically associate it with evil. Okay. What I didn't do, which I'm going to do right now, forgive me, is that needs to be full screened. So forgive me. I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to go back here. Okay. Oh, and very quickly, I'm also going to look at my chat to see if there's something anybody wants to say to me. Okay. 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 Here we go. Here we go. No, I'm not going to block him. I want you guys to pay attention to this later on because I'm going to be dealing with this as well. Focus Discipline said, I have a cross tatted on my head. No, I don't have a cross tatted on my head. I have an Ankh. And if you don't know the difference between an Ankh and a cross, then this whole subject matter might be a bit above your head. So let's continue. Let me get rid of this if I can. No, I wonder why I can't. Okay. There was a time when I could. Nothing stays the same. Okay. So in any event, let's go back here. All right. Here we go. So if you look in the center of this diadem, they put the Ankh right in the middle. Okay. So it's psychological warfare. So black people, if you want to know why black people are messed up, it's because they are constantly, from the time they wake up to the time they wake up, they are constantly under psychological attack. They have to deal with intellectual warfare from white people, and they have to deal with ideological warfare from black people, right? And then you have to deal with both intellectual, then you have to deal with commercial warfare from the marketplace. So psychologically and emotionally and spiritually, you never get to rest. That's why you feel tired all the time. Because there are all these forces out here attempting to undermine your peace of mind, your well-being, and your wholeness. They do it through imagery. They do it through music. They do it through mostly appealing to your ego. Okay? So, and there's a lot of ego involved with this subject matter right here. Okay? So, why would I, of all the persons that I have recently interacted with, why would I choose to align Pastor Bennett's image with this imagery? And I'm going to tell you why. I don't believe that the devil is a person. I believe that the devil is, if you believe in such a thing, if I did believe in such a thing, I would believe that the devil is persons, plural. Right? That this thing that you call devil, you need to look at the origin of the word. Doesn't mean what you think it does, but this thing that you call devil, it shows up in persons through behavior. And so if you ever want to tell who and what you're dealing with, if you ever want to be clear on who and what you're dealing with, you don't listen to what they say. You watch their behavior. And predicated on your behavior is what will determine for me whether or not if you are satanic or if you are godly. right? It will tell me which end of the spectrum you reside on. Okay? And by virtue of this man's behavior in our last meeting and exchange, I clearly see his behavior as satanic. And we're going to look at why. And when I looked at why, I couldn't just localize it to him. That would be unfair. I had to project it onto the institution that produced him, which is the Black church. Which means that if he's guilty of it, then all of the other people and persons that the Black church produces are going to be guilty of it. I heard a pastor say something yesterday that I really liked. When you squeeze a lemon, what's going to come out of it? Whatever's in the lemon, right? So if you look at the Black church and you look at it like a lemon and you squeeze it, what's going to come out of it? Whatever's in it. So when you squeeze the Black church, this is what comes out of it. What am I talking about? Let's see if I can validate my premise for referring to Pastor Bennett as satanic and the Black church. Let's look at this. Deceit as a trait of satanic behavior. Hold on, I want to see what you guys are seeing very quickly. Oh, that wasn't going to happen. 1 second. Let me see. Okay, great. Yeah, you guys can see it. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go right back. I just wanted to do that quickly. Okay, so deceit as a trait of satanic behavior. Guys, I'm going to be double checking my viewers every few minutes. That's so I can make sure that you guys are seeing what you're supposed to see. I don't want to go on a rant and then just to find out that you guys weren't seeing anything, right? So if you see me flip from the screen every so often, I'm just checking to make sure you're seeing what you're supposed to see, okay? So deceit as a trait of satanic behavior. Remember, we're talking about satanic behavior. You have to judge what somebody is by their behavior, not by what they preach, not by their rhetoric, by how they behave. Okay? So let's look at this. Let's look at it biblically. Revelations 12:9. It says, the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent. Right? Now, in ancient Kemet, we would have referred to that as Apophis. Okay? Here they say who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver. What do they call him? The deceiver. That is if you look at this sentence in Revelations, deceit is the primary characteristic that he is known for above all other things. Deceit. Okay? So here he is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Okay? So let's look at Matthew 24:24. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall what? Deceive the very elect. So now, here we have from biblical scripture, so to speak, from the biblical text, from the text of the Bible, we have the two chief characteristics of Satan as his behavior in the context of what he does, not what he looks like. Not what he looks like. If you think you can tell what this Satan looks like by appearance, then you are a huge fool. Okay? So, I want you to keep this in mind as we move through, because everything that I'm going to show you is about deceit. And if you are behaving in a deceitful way, then the logical conclusion for us to come to as a free-thinking people, or as a competently thinking people, is that you engage in satanic behavior, because that's what Satan does. He deceives. So the question here is, well, Shaka, can you show that Pastor Bennett behaves in a deceitful way? That's really what this is all about. Does he behave in a deceitful way? Because if he does behave in a deceitful way, putting the term pastor in front of your name only means that agents of Satan will often have the term pastor in front of their name. In fact, that last verse that I read pretty much said that. There will arise false Christs and so forth and so on. Okay? So, here we go. Let's get back to it. Don't want to spend too much time explicating on what needs no explication, or at least what needs very little explication. Right? Here we go. Now, let's pay attention. Put your thinking caps on, people. And you probably won't even need your thinking caps for this, because what I'm going to show you is very direct, but it's something you need to see. About a month ago, I did an exchange, a conversation with a pastor from Memphis, Tennessee, who calls himself Brother Charles Johnson. He also said that people refer to him as Reverend Charles Johnson. So, and that he also pastors a church there. So I refer to him as either pastor, reverend, or brother. I have no problem with any of them. For today's presentation, I'm referring to him as pastor because he is a pastor. Okay? And there goes the host of the show on the bottom. Right? And that, of course, is myself on the top left. So the topic was, what were we going to talk about? The topic was, is the black church or Kemet? Or it should have been, it says, is it the black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? That was the topic. Nothing else. That's the title on the video. If you go look at the video right now, the same title is still there. Reverend Charles and SHAKKA-AHMOSE. Is it the black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? That was April 4th, the anniversary of Martin Luther King's assassination. I just realized that, right? That was April 4th, a few weeks back, about a month ago. Actually, it's been a month. I enjoyed the exchange between the pastor and myself. Now, if you want to see, now you guys already know how I get down. I tried to pull my punches with the pastor, but that's just not who I am. And I tried to warn him at the outset by asking him if he had ever watched me before. He said no, which I thought was interesting that he would still want to have this conversation with me. But if you just look at the faces that Sonetta is making as I'm speaking, it should tell you how hard I was hitting him with facts. You can look at the face of the host right there. You can see the look on his face. Okay? Now, even my traditional adversaries who normally detract from me, like this Hebrew Israelite brother, Captain Tzoriak, who's a regular on that platform, he says Shaka now is establishing a strong point. Right? I mean, all my points were strong. But just to show you that the look of the face of the host should tell you something. The comments from the people should tell you something. Right? That's basically the reaction that I was getting. Shout out to India Ballad. That's basically the reaction that I was getting from the audience. Except for, of course, the I don't want to call them Jesus patients. I really want to be, except for, of course, the Christian cult members in the audience. I can be honest without being disrespectful. Okay? These are the, now when you go to the video, these are some of the comments that were underneath the video. I love this. Shaka, the brother truly don't play with them at all. The brother does a lot of research. Now, this is somebody who's from the pastor's hometown from Memphis. He said, I'm from Memphis and live here now, but Shaka killed it. Somebody else, Marvin Vasquez. Brother SHAKKA-AHMOSE is right. Boots. I'm a proud student of the great Saber Tahuti Amin Rahotep. I don't know who that is. I only subscribe to his teaching. He teaches us truth, and truth is Shaka destroyed this lost brother pastor. Okay. Now this brother said, oh, I know who this brother is. He said the debate between Shaka and Brother Charles was great. I give Shaka the victory. But now watch what he says next. But things took a turn and went in a wrong direction. There seems to be some bad blood between Shaka and Sanetta. I think the world has witnessed sometime the vitriol for a while now. It's a bad look, an elder reprimand another elder. Right. So yeah, I've already determined that, Sanetta is my brother, but we're just not good together. So I'm going to leave that there. And then this brother here says Shaka is fire. So I was doing what I normally do. I was catching him out here like a deer in headlights. And I know that the pastor was not expecting to be confronted with the weight of facts that I was basically dumping on his desk, on his Bible. And I was doing it publicly. So one of the things that the pastor did was he made a mistake. And what the pastor did was he brought up two people that I knew he was going to bring up. Now, we had spoken before by the phone. We had spoken by phone. And in the phone, he admitted some things to me. One of the things he admitted was that the Bible is not a history book. And so I said, well, if the Bible is not a history book, why are you teaching people that this is what happened in the past? You are deceiving the community, your congregation. Okay. So he brought up, and I think I might have set him up. I set him up by mentioning Martin Luther King and Carter G. Woodson, because he asked me for examples of black icons who are black leaders who have spoken out or who have highlighted the deception of the church. And so I said, you want me to name? I said, I'll give you two off the top of my head, Carter G. Woodson and Martin Luther King. His response, now I didn't put any documentation on the screen yet because I was saving it. Because I already knew that he was going to take the bait. And he did. I've been doing this for a long time. His response to me was both Carter G. Woodson and Martin Luther King Jr. both, in fact, this is me. I responded to him with, all right, let me get this straight. I responded to him with, once he brought up, he said that Martin Luther King Jr. and Carter G. Woodson both spoke highly of the black church. This is what he said. And I said to him, on the contrary, Carter G. Woodson and Martin Luther King both alluded to and inferred the fact that the black church is heavily invested in the miseducation of the black community. That's what I said, but I only said it because I knew I could prove it and document it. So this is what he said. Pastor Charles Johnson said, Carter G. Woodson and Martin Luther King Jr. both spoke highly of the black church. In fact, you mentioned Carter G. Woodson. Carter G. Woodson wrote a whole book speaking very highly about the black church and all of its contributions from the time of slavery through the Civil War era and Jim Crow. Now, let me tell you something. This is important. At the time when he said that, I was unaware that Carter G. Woodson had wrote a whole book about the black church. Right? I didn't know. So I went and I took a real quick look as we were speaking, and I was like, oh, he's right. He wrote an entire whole book about the black church. It's called The History of the Negro Church by Carter G. Woodson. So he thought that he had made a point. Now I'm going to tell you what the pastor didn't tell you about the book and the study. It was Carter G. Woodson's, the founder of Black History Week, which turned into Black History Month, the second black graduate of Harvard University. He had the educational and academic background to do an exhaustive research on the Black church as an institution from the historical perspective. And when he did that research, see, this is what the pastor is not going to tell you. All he told you was that he wrote a book about the church and spoke highly of the church. What he didn't tell you was that it was because of that writing and that research that Carter G. Woodson did on the on the history of the Negro church. That's what inspired him to write 12 years later, The Miseducation of the Negro, because he was referring to the Negro church. Boom! That is a bomb. I got to get my bomb effects put in order. I always tell myself that every week and I fail to do it. But just imagine the boom, because that was a bomb. Okay? Yes. It was the reason that he wrote The Miseducation of the Negro was because of what he learned when doing the research of the history of the Negro church. But Pastor Charles wasn't going to tell you that. I had to go look and discover that for myself. Okay? There's a reason why the history of the Negro church is written first, and then the Miseducation of the Negro is written second. And in the Miseducation of the Negro, he calls out the Black church, which we are going to look at. But the pastor didn't want you to know this. And we're not even dealing with Pastor Bennett yet, because Pastor Bennett is going to play a very important role in this conversation. And I'm going to show you what Pastor Bennett did to show you what satanic behavior looks like. Remember what Toni Morrison said about racism. She said racism is an affair for scholars. That's what she said. Racism is a topic for scholars, not for stupid people. Because stupid people don't understand intellectual and psychological warfare. Nor do they understand ideological warfare. So what did Carter G. Woodson say? And this is what I quoted. When he said that Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the Black church, I said, well, let's see what Carter G. Woodson said in terms of the Black church. He said, the educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, the Teuton, and to despise the African. Why is that important? And how do we know that he's referring to the Bible and the church? Because it is those languages, the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, and the Teuton, which is German, those are the primary languages that were used to publish biblical literature to the world. Hebrew, Greek, Latin, and Teuton. The Torah, the New Testament, and the German publication of it. Johannes Gutenberg, the Bishop's Bible, and all that other stuff. Okay? Or the Great Bible. Okay? The Geneva Bible, all that other stuff. Right? Most of that's published in German. And when he was saying despise the African, this is the African. The Medunecha, the hieroglyphs. So again, he said, the educated, now you got to remember when he's writing this. He's writing this in 1933. So in 1933, you got to remember, he's the second Black man to graduate from Harvard. So that means prior to that time, for the most part, most educated Negroes came through religious institutions or institutions that had strong religious foundations, usually because they were founded by churches. Okay? So you couldn't separate the two. There was no separation between a Black college and and the black church community. They were one and the same. Okay? Let's continue. Now, who has spoken highly of the black church, right? Oh, so this comes to the topic. Here you have the history of the Negro church, 12 years later, the miseducation of the Negro because of what he learned when writing the history of the Negro church. He realized where the miseducation was coming from. It was coming from the black church. That's why he wrote the miseducation of the Negro. He said, Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the black church. Now listen to this. The pastor said, Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the black church. And then he said, in fact, you mentioned Carter G. Woodson. Carter G. Woodson wrote a whole book speaking very highly about the black church and all of its contributions from the time of slavery through the Civil War era Jim Crow. Now, here's a question that I have to ask you. Look at, right? What was the topic? Right? Was this the topic? Who has spoken highly of the black church versus who has spoken highly of Kemet? Now we're going to stop right here because I need everybody to pay attention. I want to see who had their thinking caps on. Was this the topic? Who has spoken highly of the black church versus who has spoken highly of Kemet? Was that the topic? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. And I will not move forward until I see you paying attention because I don't like to waste my breath. Was this the topic of the conversation? Was this the title of the video? Was this the title of the video or was this the title of the video? Is it the black church or Kemet who is miseducating the black community? Which one was the title, people? Was it A or B? Just put the letter in the chat. Was it A or B? I want to know which one was the topic that we were supposed to be speaking to. Was it who has spoken highly of the black church versus who has spoken highly of Kemet? Or is it the black church or Kemet who is miseducating the black community? Let me see what y'all putting in the chat. See if people are paying attention. Here we go. Let me see. Okay, let's see what the topic was. Okay. Prophecy, you said B. Bro, you might want to go back to school. Done with it, said B. Go back to school. Eric, okay. Thank you, Letitia. I guess females do have a higher IQ than males, right? It was A. I showed you the title of the video at the very top of the presentation. The title of the video was, who is miseducating the black community? Is it the black church or is it Kemet? That's the title of the video, not who has been spoken highly of. White people often accuse black people. White people often accuse black people of having a low IQ. And unfortunately, if you look in the answers of the chat right now, you prove them right. Because the topic, you're not paying attention. The topic was not who has spoken highly of. And that's how black people get caught when it comes to subjects and debates. And white people watch you and they say, damn, these people are stupid monkeys. Don't blame other people for your lack of intelligence. Don't blame other people because you chose not to pay attention and couldn't follow connect the dots. I showed you what the title was at the very top of the platform. The top was, who is it? The black church or the Kemetic community? The black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? That was the topic, not who is speaking highly of. Who gets spoken highly of more, the black church or the Kemet? But stupid black people, not smart black people, stupid black people will allow religious people to come in and move the goalpost to change the topic in the mid of the discussion. So the pastor tried to make it a conversation about who gets spoken more highly of. He also tried to change the topic to, and I'm going to show you, who has made more contributions. That's satanic behavior because the person is trying to deceive you. That wasn't the topic. The topic was who is miseducating the Black community, the Black church, or Kemet. If you are so innocent of miseducating the Black community, why do you feel the need to change the topic and to move the goalpost? Are you guilty of something that you don't want people to focus on? But as Black people, you need to learn to pay attention. If that wasn't even a big sleight of hand, Latasha peeped it big time. Letitia peeped it big time. This is the topic. Who is miseducating the Black community? Not who is spoken of more highly, right? Because now you're making it a cheerleading thing. Do you know something? Like a lot of you know that I sing, I rap, I'm a recording artist, all of that stuff, right? Okay. I'm going to tell you why I stopped doing open mic talent shows a long time ago. The reason I stopped doing open mic talent shows a long time ago is I learned early on that whether you win a talent show or not has nothing to do with whether or not if you are better than the competition. It really has to do with who brought the most people to the show so that they get a louder applause when the judge time comes. So if you bring 100 of your friends to the talent show, when you come out, they're going to scream and stomp and cheer for you because those are your peoples, not because you were better. And it's the same thing in debates. It's the exact same thing in debates, right? The Christians watching that exchange will start feeling that ego thing, that ideological ego. That ideological ego will start getting fed because they're hearing about or trying to change the topic to who has made more contributions. That's not the topic. They're trying to change the topic to who gets spoken of more highly. That's not the topic, stupid. If you were sitting in a math class, you should get smacked in the face for being stupid. I don't do stupid. I don't do stupid. I have too much respect for my own brain to do stupid. Most people don't respect their, let me prove to you most people don't respect their own brain. Ask the average person to break down the different parts of their brain. Ask them how many different parts their brain has. See if they have an answer. They never bothered to check. Why? Because they could care less about their brain. But then they want to come and try to teach you something and tell you you're wrong and you don't know what you're talking about. That's some weirdo shit. That's weirdo. It's weirdo stuff. Ask a Black person to point to their adeno hypothesis. Ask a Black person to point to their infundibular stalk. Ask them to. See if they can locate it. The adeno hypothesis and the infundibular stalk. My godmother at a Thanksgiving dinner at her home lost a $100 bet to me. She tried to convince me that I was mispronouncing the word and that I didn't know what I was talking about, that it's not adeno hypothesis, it's adeno hypothesis. Like hypothetical hypothesis. And I told her, no, it's adeno hypothesis. So she was like, no, you're wrong, because she's Miss PhD speech therapist. So I said, I'll bet you $100. I knew I was correct. Right? My certification is anatomy and physiology. So she told my god sister to run and get her medical dictionary off of her bedstand. So this is a big, luxurious home. My god sister runs all the way upstairs, grabs the medical dictionary, and on her way down the steps, before she even came back into the kitchen, she said, Mom, he's right. You know I took that $100 too. I said, well, where's my money? And I took it. I was never invited back to Thanksgiving dinner again after that. I didn't care. People get overconfident with the little bit of intelligence they have. And it blows their mind that there's someone sitting in front of them that literally knows infinitely more than they do. And they can't perceive it because you don't fit the image. You don't come along with the accoutrements of what they think you should look like. But that day, I had $100 that I didn't have when I went there. So I was able to get some family members home via cab in a rainstorm that I would not have been able to do otherwise. So I gladly took that money. Yes. Do you know what it's like to study as hard as I studied and to have someone I know doesn't have a command of the subject matter try to critique me or tell me about something that I know what I'm talking about? I'm like, you out of your mind. Right? Here we go. So they do say this. White scholars say blacks have low IQ, Jews and Asians have the highest. But it's not just white scholars that say that. There are black scholars that say the same thing. Thomas Sowell is one of them. Okay? And the fact of the matter is that there is some truth to that statement. Just don't take it out of context, which is what most white people do. Most white people take it out of context. When you break it down to what it really means, it's not that important. It's important that we understand it so that we know what to fix. But it's not a blanket statement on us as a race, because you have to factor in what happened to us. White people happened to us. So you don't get to happen to us and then say, oh, look at you. Yeah, well, what did you do to make us like that? I'll tell you what you did to make us like that. The same thing you did to the Poles in Poland in World War II. Prior to World War II, Polish people were known for being highly intelligent, very bright. They made scientific contributions more than you can imagine. After World War II, after the Nazi invasion of World War II, what the Nazis did to the Poles, how they re-socialized them, they did not allow them, they closed down all of their schools. They had to create the Polish people were living like black people during slavery in Poland during World War II. They had to have underground schools. They had an underground railroad where they taught and learned. Do you know who graduated from one of those underground schools? Madame Curie. If you don't know who Madame Curie is, the mother-in-law of Frederick Joliot-Curie, these are people who helped to create the science of nuclear physics and nuclear fission in Europe. They discovered radioisotopes and new metals, radium, and new metals that didn't exist before or that we were unaware of, right? Or now able to create in service of, to the best of my knowledge, nuclear fission. I'm not sure, but they did have a nuclear lab in Europe. In fact, the prominent nuclear lab in Europe back in the, I think, 50s, right? So, but during that time, in fact, the schools were called the flying schools. But what they did to the mass population of Poles, they made it illegal for them to count above 60 or 50. If you were caught counting above 60, you would be put to death. So because of that, the Poles en masse lost their ability to calculate. So it's not that Polish people are inherently stupid. They were made stupid. That was the intrinsic evil of slavery, which was perpetrated on black people. They were made stupid. Black people, through other means, have chosen to remain stupid in service of religious ideology, amongst other things. See, the first part is not your fault. The second part is. Let me get back to the presentation. So just to be clear, the topic of the discussion was not who gets spoken more highly of, the black church or Kemet. That wasn't the topic. The topic was not I forgot the other thing that they said, right? None of those things were the topic. Who's made more contributions, the black church or Kemet? That was not the topic. The topic was, who is it? The black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? That's the topic. If you can't keep that topic front and center, don't yell at your children when they come home with shitty report cards because you haven't taught them to focus. If you can't maintain focus on a topic for more than 10 minutes, you deserve to be called a low IQ monkey. Period. Period. Don't get mad at Shakka. You know how many of you idiots said B was the answer? Turn me off. Go away. Don't, Shakka, I'm unsubscribing. That's fine. Because you weren't paying attention. I showed you at the top of the show what the topic was. The moment I asked that question, you should have zeroed in on it like a weapon with a bow and arrow. Boom, right in the middle. That was not the topic. The topic was the Kemetic community or the black church. Who was miseducating the black community? That was the topic. There is no other topic that we should be speaking about in that presentation, in that debate, in that exchange. But what they do, right? What the cult does, the cult tries to change the topic to take the target off of them. No, I keep the target right where it belongs. That's the difference between you and me, right? Let's just say if these were guns, you couldn't see me. You couldn't see me. I wouldn't even allow you to come to the gun range with me because you couldn't find a target. You couldn't. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay? Shout out to Kai. I bet I wish he was here. All right. Let me get back to it. So let's get back to it. Okay. I'm good. Okay, guys, we're good. We're doing good. We're doing fine. I'm going to be so proud of myself if I get through this. Right? Here we go. So this was the topic. Is it the black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? That was the topic. It's on the title. I mean, how much more do you need when it's right in front of your face? That's like somebody giving you a math test with the answer right in front of you and you still choose the wrong answer. Who has spoken highly of the black church? Or who has spoken highly of Kemet? That was not the topic. That's the wrong, different topic. It's a separate subject matter that has no room for discussion. So why is he saying Carter G. Woodson spoke highly of the black church? What does that have to do with you miseducating the black community? Nothing. Maybe he was praising your cooking. Maybe he likes the chicken and the potato salad and the fine woman and the perfume and the choir. Facts over feelings. Okay, this is a fact. Stupid people and intelligent people rarely see things the same. Repeat after me. Stupid people and intelligent people rarely, if ever, see things the same. And they almost always do not come to the same conclusions. Meaning that stupid people need things explained to them that they either missed, went over their head, or this is the most important one, they couldn't follow. I'm going to repeat that. I'm setting something up so you can understand we can understand something. Let me just take a quick look, make sure you guys are seeing what you're supposed to see. Okay, yes, you are. All right. We're doing just fine. Okay, I'm going to repeat this. Stupid people, a term that I don't like to use, but I embrace reality. In the real world, there are stupid people. And we all have to deal with them. There's some of them in the chat right now. Stupid people and intelligent people rarely see things the same, and they almost always do not come to the same conclusions. Meaning what? That stupid people, and I'm putting stupid people in quotation marks, need things explained to them that they missed, went over their head, or what? The most important one, they couldn't follow. Now, why am I highlighting that? I want to show you a comment that someone made. Okay? I want you to hear this comment. I read this comment earlier, and then I want you to see what somebody said to him. This brother, Caucasus, said, the debate between Shaka and Brother Charles was great. I give Shaka the victory, but things took a turn went in the wrong direction. There seems to be some bad blood between Shaka and Sonetta. I think the world has witnessed for some time vitriol for a while now. It's a bad look when an elder reprimands another elder. Facts. Now look at what this person said. This is a stupid person. This person said, how is that possible when Shaka didn't even address the topic? Listen, all he did was criticize the black church. Now listen to what he said, which still did more for the black community than Kemet. So how did he win? Just a popularity contest. This is a stupid person. He said I didn't address the topic when I was the only one addressing the topic. I wasn't talking about who did more. I never said the Kemetic community did more for the black community. That was not the topic. For you stupid people in the back, for you cult members in the back, the topic was, is it the black church or Kemet? Who is miseducating the black community? Not who did more or who gets spoken highly of. But you retarded idiots, low IQ monkeys, cult Jesus members can't follow a topic because intelligence is not your claim to fame. It's not. And I'm going to do a whole other subject about that later. So let's move forward. Now, watch this. Remember what I said about stupid people? Let's look. I said stupid people and intelligent people rarely see things the same, and they almost always don't come to the same conclusion, meaning that stupid people need things explained to them that what? They missed, went over their head, or what? They couldn't follow. Now pay attention. Look what Brian Chris Joseph 5526 said. He said, I rock with HOK, Kemet, Shaka, etc. He said Shaka was more entertaining, passionate, and more rebuttal-based. Reverend Charles was very direct, disciplined, and look at this last one, easier to follow. Since Reverend Charles followed the format of the discussion, he won. Now listen, this is what I mean about stupid people. He thinks the Reverend won because he was able to follow the Reverend, not considering that the reason he was not able to follow me was because he was not intelligent enough to understand what I was saying. So that is not an indication that the pastor won. That's an indication that you're stupid. That's all. What? What did it say? Stupid people need things explained to them that they missed, went over their head, or what? They could not follow. What did he say here? Reverend Charles was what? Easier to follow. You said it yourself, easier. That's why I'm no longer dealing with that audience, because I realize that my audience is a much more intelligent audience. My audience in general has a higher IQ. So I realize that speaking on certain platforms, I'm going to be speaking over the head of their audiences. So it's a waste of my time. I'll destroy somebody in a debate and they'll think the idiot won because he said something stupid that they could understand. So I'm just not going to waste my time anymore, right? Hey, easier to follow equals stupid. Okay? Yeah. Hold on. Not explained well. What did he say? I said all documented. If you can't explain the documentation to yourself. Yeah, everything that I said was documented, right? And if you can't explain the documentation to yourself, you can't put that on me. That's not my fault. I put nothing but receipts on the screen. The Reverend had no receipts. None. That's why he was sitting there looking stupid. Okay? Here we go. Coming up. Oh, come on. Here we go. Enter Pastor Bennett. Evil, satanic, deceptive character behavior. This is what now you're going to see why I allowed him to represent. I showed you how. This is why I am displaying to you how he represented himself. Okay? Let's be honest. Now, during the exchange, when the exchange was over, there was time for question and answer period. In a question and answer period, a person is supposed to be able to come on, ask a question, get their question answered, and then you're supposed to move on to the next person. Whether the person likes the answer or not is irrelevant. They're not there. They're not part of the debate. They were not scheduled. Their name is not on the moniker, right? But this idiot, this satanic idiot, always tries to hijack the platform because he's too scared of a real debate. So he wants to come in on the tail end with a got you moment. But he got, and I'm going to show you. And then I'm going to show you how it was taken out of the edited final presentation so that you wouldn't see him get his ass handed to him, which I thought was very deceptive and a disservice to the black community. I didn't know that we were in the business of protecting Christian cult members, okay? I certainly am not, but I cannot tell other people how to run their platforms, okay? He said, now I want you to listen to what Pastor Bennett said. Pay attention because you are really going to enjoy this. I went through the trouble of putting this together for you, so I want you to see it. He said, Shaka, I noticed your Carter G. Woodson quote had no page number on it, and he was correct. Now, this is part of the debate, what he does here. This is a tactic, and I'm okay with this. Before you destroy your opponent, the job is to make them look bad. And he tried to make me look bad here. Look how he tried to make me look bad. He said, did you get it from the internet? Translation, you did poor research. So he's under the impression that because my quote did not have a page number, do you remember the quote that I made, people? Right? What was the quote? Hold on. Let's get to the quote. Let's see if this thing catches up. This is the only thing I don't like about using the PDFs. They got to load, right? This was the quote. The educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt towards their own people because in their own as well as in their mixed schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, the Teuton, and to despise the African. Now, I cited it right here. But if you notice, I did not put a page number and a chapter, okay? So let's go back to this guy. He said, Shaka, I noticed your Carter G. Woodson quote had no page number. Did you get it from the internet? Because it looks like an internet quote. So now he's trying to color for the audience how I do my research. He asked me a question, then he gave his opinion and perspective on where he thought it came from rather than just let me answer the question. Then he said, I have the book right here, and the book does not say what your quote says. Now, did you hear what he said? He said, I have the book right here. He also said, the book does not say what your quote says. Then he said, it's on page 192 of the book. I'll read it so you can hear what the quote actually says. Now, we got to stop right here. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to come right here. Now, do you see what he did? He tried to color all of that for the people. He tried to say, I got it from the internet. The book, he has the book in front of him, and the book does not say what my quote says. I explained to him when he asked me that, I said, no, because I know how I research. I said I took it directly out of the book. But the book that I have, I inherited it from somebody who was almost 100 years old. Okay? A well-known woman who was like an older sister, a well-known elder who was like an older sister to Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. I got my copy of the book from her original copy. The original copy had no page numbers in it. Okay, so when I quoted it, there was no page number to put there. I'm accustomed to that because I have a lot of old books in my collections. I like first edition books. I'm a collector. So I'm accustomed to coming across books that sometimes have no page numbers. Later editions will have page numbers. So because that idiot didn't realize I did take it out of the book, but he then assumed and wanted to bring the audience in on his assumption that I got the quote from the internet and that the actual quote is not in the book. And I want y'all to see what happened. Okay? That's why I'm doing this, because what happened was hidden from you. A certain individual did not want you to see what happened so that he could preserve his relationship with the pastor. But I personally think it's fucked up. It's messed up. Because now you're aiding and abetting deception. Okay? Watch. I'm just keeping it 100. I'm just right here, right there. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. Hard war truth. That's it. Okay? Let's continue. If I see comments in the chat that are not related to what I'm talking about, I'm outing you out the whole thing. Just letting you know. All right. So, high current comment. Okay, let's get back to it because I'm going to show you what happened that was hidden from you. Hold on. I'm already presenting. All I have to do is go back here. Yes, and then I just have to go back here. Okay. And, you know what else I'm going to do? Just give me 1 second, people, because it's hot here. 1 second. Okay. Come on. Oh, yes. Thank you. Let that nice air from Central Park come in with the wet trees, smelling so beautiful with the flowers blooming. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Here we go. I'm back. Don't panic. I'm here. Here we are. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back here where we are. Oh, right here. Here we go. Right? Okay. So he said, Shaka, I noticed your Carter G. Woodson quote had no page number. Did you get it from the internet? Because it looks like an internet quote. I have the book right here, and the book doesn't say what your quote says. So when he said that, I actually got up, went into my library to try to find the book. It's not a book that I use often, but I couldn't locate my book. So I said, let me just sit down and hear what he has to say. He said it's on page 192 of the book. I'll read it so you could hear what the quote actually says. So I said, okay. So he read the quote. Listen to what he says. He read from page 192 and he gave the page number. I want y'all to pay attention, people, because you ain't never seen no shit like this. He said, and he's quoting from the book, if you teach the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race, he will aspire to equality and justice without regard to race. Such an effort would upset the program of the oppressor in Africa and America. Let me read that again. If you teach the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race, he will aspire to equality and justice without regard to race. Such an effort would upset the program of the oppressor in Africa and America. So in this quote, Carter G. Woodson is putting the emphasis on the oppressor. Then he said, keeping the emphasis on the oppressor, Play up before the Negro then his crimes and shortcomings. Let him learn to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, and the Teuton. Lead the Negro. See, here he's putting the blame on the white man. Carter G. Woodson in this quote is putting the emphasis on the white man because he says, lead the Negro to detest the man of African blood, to hate himself. The oppressor then may conquer, exploit, oppress, and even annihilate the Negro by segregation without fear or trembling. So then he tried to say, and rightfully so Carter G. Woodson did not say what I said, and that I therefore got a bad quote from the internet, and I therefore misled the people and was guilty of poor research. This is what Pastor Bennett was attempting to make the congregation watching believe. Now, he quoted it, so I can't argue against the quote, but I know how deception works. So when it came time for me to respond to it, I didn't have the book in front of me. I said, well, truthfully speaking, that does not absolve the Negro preachers for engaging in the same behavior, because that just makes them agents of the oppressor. Not only that, since I don't have the book in front of me, I cannot attest to what you are saying. All I know is that Pastor Bennett is an untrustworthy person. My instincts told me that. I'm a lot older than he is, so I have better instincts. My instincts told me that he is not an honest person, that he is a deceiver. That's why I have him represented the way he represented himself. So what happened? Right? So here, remember, Shaka, I noticed your Carter G. Woodson quote had no page number. Did you get it from the internet? It looks like an internet quote. So he's trying to paint a picture that he has the correct quote, I misquoted, and that Carter G. Woodson actually put the blame on the oppressor who was leading the Negroes to hate themselves and to admire those different biblical languages and to hate the African. So therefore, the blame is not on the blacks. The blame is on the oppressor. This is what he proved by quoting that. So I said, okay, right? But I remembered something about Pastor Bennett when we had an older exchange on another channel. And what I discovered about him was that he's a fanatical zealot. What is a zealot? A person who is fanatical and uncompromising in pursuit of their religious, political, or other ideals. Right? And remember this word. What is a zealot? A historical member of an ancient Jewish sect aiming at a world Jewish theocracy. So don't let anybody tell you that Jewish supremacy is something of your imagination. It is not. It is, and it has an historical precedence according to New Oxford American Dictionary, unless they're going to call New Oxford American Dictionary anti-Semitic. Okay? Okay. But I realized that he's a fanatical zealot. And because of that, I did not accept what he said. Now let's ask the question. What was Pastor Bennett's deception? Well, let me show you what his deception was. He intentionally tried to make it appear as 1, I misquoted the book. 2, I did poor, sloppy, irresponsible research and that I was mistaken. And that 3, my quote was not in the book, but that it did exist in the book in a different context simultaneously, which inferred that I was incorrect, dishonorable, deceitful, and most importantly, miseducating, because that is what the topic was about. And I have to give Pastor Bennett, at least he was smart enough to stick to the topic, which was about miseducating. He was smart enough to do that. That if I'm going to get Shaka, let me expose Shaka on the very accusation he's making against the black church by using his own source. That was intelligent. But you have to understand something about intelligence. Intelligence is neither good nor bad. It is a tool, like a hammer. A hammer is neither good nor bad. It all depends on what use it is put to. He puts his intelligence to evil uses, which is deception. And I'm going to prove it. But I didn't have to approve it. Hold on 1 second. Why did I change? I must have changed something here because... Oh, I want you to look at the pastor's face, Pastor Charles. Look at Pastor Charles. So when Pastor Bennett did this, Pastor Charles got happy because Shaka apparently misquoted the book. Shaka did shitty research, and Carter G. Woodson did not say what I quoted. So now the pastor was happy. Brother Charles Johnson from Memphis, Tennessee. He was happy. And you can see me looking, trying to find the exact quote. But I couldn't find my book. So I was like, okay. I said, okay. Now watch. All of a sudden, Jabari comes in. My brother, my colleague, and my peer. Jabari came in. And this is where we're going to call this a deceiver exposed. Look at the look on Brother Charles' face. It changed. See that smile that was there? It went away. Do you know why it went away? What did Jabari say as soon as he came in? He said, Pastor Bennett, go watch. Oh, you can't watch it. You know why you can't watch it? Because the host of the show took this out. And wait until I show you why he took it out. Right? I was there, so I know what happened. And whoever saw the live saw what happened. But if you go back and watch the video right now, you're only going to see the part where Pastor Bennett asked me the question about where I got my quote from. And then it looks like I couldn't answer. It looks like I got stuck in the headlights like a deer. So the way the video was edited was done to make me look bad. And it was done to help the pastor save face. Now watch. Jabari said, Pastor Bennett, why would you try to make it appear as if Shaka doesn't know what he's talking about? Everyone knows Shaka's research is immaculate. I'm not going to let you do that. He said, I have the book right in front of me. I will put it on the screen for everyone to see. This is what Jabari did. Watch. And watch what happened. Look. First, we went to the page that Jabari, now the red lines, now pay attention. This is not for stupid people. This is only for intelligent people. The red lines are inclusive of the Negro and white indictment. So on page 192, everything that Carter G. Woodson is accusing the white oppressors of, he's also accusing the black clergy of being complicit. Watch. The blue line is Carter G. Woodson only blaming the white people. So you have to read. I understand that most people don't have reading comprehension. I was fortunate enough to go to schools where I was put in classes, advanced classes, where our reading comprehension was extremely sharpened. Okay? Now watch. So this is me doing a service for you. When you read the red lines, Carter G. Woodson is including the Negro and the white in his indictment. In the blue line, he's only blaming the whites, not the black pastors or the black church. So let's read this. This is the quote that Pastor Bennett chose to say was the correct quote. If you teach the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race, he will aspire to equality and justice without regard to race. Right? But such an effort would upset the program of the oppressor in Africa and America. Okay? So here he's saying, if you teach the Negro, meaning that if a Negro teaches the Negro that he has done all this good as any other race, or if a white person teaches the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race. So this is not talking particularly about any one guilty party. It's talking about whoever teaches the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race, the Negro will aspire to equality and justice without regard to race. Such an effort would upset what? The program of the oppressor in Africa and America. That is specifically the white agenda. That's why it's in blue. Now, back to both the Negro and the white, or any ambiguous person. Play up before the Negro, then, his crimes and shortcomings. Let him learn to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, and the Teuton. Lead the Negro. Now, you could be a Negro leading the Negro to detest the man of African blood and to hate himself. Or you could be a white person leading the Negro to detect the man of African blood to hate himself. It doesn't matter. And I'm going to show you why in a few minutes. That all of the lines in the red are referring to any ambiguous person. This is why you always have to remind people, white supremacy has nothing to do with the color of skin. It is a psychological agenda. Anybody can perpetuate it. You, like Candace Owens, Thomas Sowell, Clarence Thomas, they are all perpetuators of white supremacy, but they're not white-skinned people. So white supremacy has very little to do with the color of somebody's skin. It is a psychological agenda. Now, when you go to the blue is now talking strictly about the whites. He says the oppressor then may conquer, exploit, oppress, and even annihilate the Negro by segregation without fear or trembling. Carter G. Woodson is blaming the white man, not right in the blue. Carter G. Woodson is blaming the white man. Yes, not the black pastors or the black church. Okay, that's why I have that there. Oh, what Pastor Bennett said. So this is a quote. Pastor Bennett said, behind reading this, Carter G. Woodson is blaming the white man, not the black pastors and the black church. So he felt that he came, he conquered Shakka-AHMOSE. He showed the world that Shakka-AHMOSE got the wrong quote, and that I was misreading, and that I did such poor research that I got my quote from the internet and not from the book. This is what Pastor Bennett felt he had succeeded in doing. Now, we want to see who miseducates people. Watch what happened that was hidden from you. Watch. Jabari put the book on the screen and did not go to page 192. Look what page Jabari went to. Page 1 of the book. Page 1. The very first quote in chapter 1, the seat of the trouble. Who does Carter G. Woodson describe as the seat of the trouble? It's in the very first sentence. The educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, and the Teuton, and to despise the African. I read the exact quote 100% accurately, you liar, you deceiver, you satanic deceiving Negro. Jabari busted you in the head. No, I busted you in the head. Jabari came with the layup and said swoosh. He came with the layup and shut it down. You had to see the look on Pastor Bennett's face. It was like Jesus came back and was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and gay. He didn't know what to do. He freaked out on camera. He literally had a nervous breakdown on camera because he couldn't believe that this was happening in real time. His Jesus was not protecting him. Right? This is what Pastor Bennett read and what he tried to deceive you with. He went to the back of the book and tried to make it seem like my quote was not in the book. Not only was my quote in the book, it was the very first page in the very first chapter and in the very first sentence. This is why I say Christians are satanic. He went to the back of the book. If you had the book, then you knew where my quote was. You said you had the book. You satanic deceiver. Y'all think I'm joking when I say that these people are satanic and that they engage in satanic behavior. That was satanic. You tried to deceive the people, Pastor Bennett, and you went out of your way to do it, to try to rescue the pastor. Why? Because you couldn't find, I put so much documentation on that screen that night. That's why everybody said I destroyed them. You tried to help Christianity save face by deceiving black people. That's what you are trained to do in service of your worship of Christ. That is your cult mandate, to deceive people in service of Christ. You are satanic in the very endeavor that you seek to do. If Satan is known as the deceiver, and you have been exposed as trying to intentionally deceive people, then what does that make you? I have to portray you as you are. You are satanic in your behavior. You tried to deceive people and got caught. But that was not the only deception you engaged in, because I'm going to show you what he did later on. Like, this stuff is really off the chain. It's so off the chain, but the part that freaks me out is that the people who are supposed to expose this, instead, they aid and abet the deceivers. That's deep. Wait until I show you what happens. Pastor Bennett, you should have known this day was coming. Oh, no question. No question. No question. Absolutely. I want y'all to see what actually happened. He is an idiot, but he's an idiot that got exposed. Why? I'm going to tell you why. I don't have a problem with you if you have a difference of opinion with me. You're entitled to your perspective. What I have a problem with is when your intentions are evil. When your intentions are evil and you are looking to deprive other people of something that is meant for them. The truth was meant for the people that were watching. Why? Because they invested time and they were supporting the platform. They were giving to Cash Apps and they were being generous. Therefore, they are entitled to what they showed up for. But here's the thing. They got what they showed up for in real time. They got to see in real time who deceives the black community. How deep is that? I don't think that they were expecting to get that in real time. Jabari came through with the boom, bash, boom. Now, my thing is this. I can give my brother his credit because I already did the boom, bash, boom when I read the quote. Right? I did the boom, bash, boom. And it was even better that I didn't have the page number because it encouraged Pastor Bennett to engage in deceit that he thought he was going to get away with. My quote was from page 1 of the book. Pastor Bennett has no excuse. He claimed he had the book right there in front of him. If you got the book right there in front of you, then you know my quote is in the book. why didn't you then try to deceive? So all of you people who follow Pastor Bennett, you got to ask yourself, why are you following the deceiver? Why are you following an agent of Satan? Unless Jesus is Satan. And maybe that's what we need to look at. Because all of his followers engage in deception. All of them, not some of them, all of them. So if you want to be a bunch of satanic worshipers who present yourself as Christians, that's fine. Then Christianity is a bastion of Satanism. No problem. That's what Christianity is. It is a satanic religion. Why? Because it induces you and it compels you to deceive. And if deception is the behavior of Satan, logically, we are supposed to put the two together and say, oh, okay, Christianity is a satanic religion. No problem. It's a satanic cult. Okay, I accept that. No argument from me. And I just proved it to you by showing you how their adherents, the cult members, behave. Watch. Remember, it's a form of behavior. It's an exercise in deceit and evil. Let's get back to it. We're back on. We're back on. So, when Jabari did this, I almost fell out of my chair because it didn't even occur to me to just download the PDF, which I eventually did, and there it was right on page 1. Jabari read it out loud, and Pastor Bennett was freaking out. He started screaming and shaking his head, no, 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 no. That's how psychologically sick you have to be. The documentation is on screen in front of everyone to see. And you're still screaming, no, 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 no. Now, in the green line, Carter Woodson is indicting the miseducated, educated blacks. In the red lines, he's implicating both the Negro minister and the illiterate Negro preacher. Okay? For what? For being complicit with whites in both religiously and historically what? Miseducating black people. That's why he named his book The Miseducation of the Negro. So the answer to this question of the topic, who is miseducating the black community, Carter G. Woodson answered that question for you in 1933, you morons. And yet you still go to church every Sunday for the miseducation. And you still support it and give money to it. You are complicit. You are worse than white people because you do it to your own people. So don't tell me about white people. You are the problem in the black community, the black church and its members and its clergy and its belief. You are the problem. You are the problem in the black community. I never said I hate the black church. I never said I hate Jesus or I hate God. This has nothing to do with hatred. This has to do with the cold clinical observation of facts over feelings. And the facts are that my quote was on page 1 of the book. The facts are that this deceptive pastor, Pastor Bennett, the deceiver, that's what the TD is at the end of his name for, the deceiver. He earned that title. The facts are that he tried to deceive the viewers that were watching by going to the back of the book and reading a similar quote. What made it similar? Because it had some of the same features of my quote, of the original quote. I learned something from a pastor last night. He said there are 2 things that pastors use to gain an audience or to rile the audience up. He said features and benefits. Features and benefits. First they'll point out the features, and then once they make the distinction between the features, then they'll show you the benefits of the new feature. That's exactly what Pastor Bennett tried to do here. He tried to use features to make it appear as if I had misquoted the book, when I quoted exactly out of the book. But the mere fact that my quote came from page 1 should tell you the importance and precedence of my quote over the quote he chose to try to deceive you with, which came from the back of the book, where the emphasis was being put on the white agency that is at the root of what miseducated, educated Negroes do every Sunday. Now, watch this. Jabari also put on the screen to prove that this was a reference to the black clergy in the same book, The Miseducation of the Negro. Remember, he originally wrote the history of the Negro church. Well, let's look what he learned from writing that book. He said, Carter G. Woodson said, in the church, however, the Negro has had sufficient freedom to develop this institution in his own way. But what? He has failed to do so. Pastor Charles Johnson, Pastor Bennett, Carter G. Woodson continued and said, his religion, Christianity, the religion of the black church, is merely a loan from the whites who have enslaved and segregated the Negroes, and the organization, though largely an independent Negro institution, is dominated by the thought of the oppressors of the race. That's why I told you, white supremacy has very little to do with skin color. It is a psychological agenda. And once you are indoctrinated into that psychological agenda, you are now an agent of white supremacy. Pastor Bennett, the deceiver, Brother Charles, Reverend Charles Johnson, you are agents of white supremacy. All of you. All of you. Not some of you. All of you. He said, the educated Negro minister is so trained as to drift away from the masses, and the illiterate preachers into whose hands the people inevitably fall are unable to develop a doctrine and procedure of their own. The dominant thought is to make use of the dogma of the whites. What? As a means to an end. All of that has to be broken down. All of it. Who was he talking about when he said the educated Negro minister is so trained as to drift away from the masses? What did he mean by that? Because nobody has ever broken that down for you before. He's talking about the educated preacher, Martin Luther King. Now, Jabari is not, this is me talking now. Jabari highlighted this. I'm breaking it down for you. So apparently Jabari and myself make a really good team, which I think we have recently discovered. The one thing I do have to give Satanic credit for is that for years he told me that Jabari and I would make a hell of a team. But egos, you know, black men and our egos. So I'm going to break this down for you so you get the full benefit of what happened. Carter G. Woodson highlighted the educated Negro is trained as to drift away from the masses. Why? Because when the educated preacher, when the educated Negro minister gets real education, he realizes he can no longer go back and teach the congregation because they are not wired to be educated. They've already been indoctrinated. Watch. This is who Carter G. Woodson was talking about when he said the educated Negro minister is so trained as to drift away from the masses, and the illiterate preachers into whose hands the people inevitably fall, people like the Pastor Bennetts, the Reverend Charles, all these other people, the guy over at what they call that church in Atlanta, New something, New Birth, right? That Pastor Bryant Jamal or whatever his name is, they all, those are the illiterate preachers into whose hands the people inevitably fall. And they do not develop a doctrine and procedure of their own. And they make use of the dogma of whites, what, as a means to an end. What is the means to an end? Money, wealth, prestige, success. That's what a means to an end means. And then he says, whether the system is what it should or not, it serves the purpose. And that's what you find going on every Sunday throughout the black community. So every Sunday throughout the black community is being exploited by charlatans who make use of the dogma of the whites as a means to an end. Because what? It serves the purpose, which is what? To make money. To be a part of a real estate scheme. That's what it is. It's a real estate scheme. Oh, y'all didn't know. Okay. Martin Luther King graduated high school at 15 years old. He received his bachelor's at 19 years old from Morehouse University. He received another bachelor's at 22 years old from the Kosher Theological Seminary. And his doctorate at 26 from Boston University. He had a doctorate, a PhD in theology. Not one of these little punk doctor of ministry degrees that they give out at these degree mills that people like Eric Mason have, and all of these other Jerome Gay Jr. and all these other evangelical Negroes who run around making you think they got real degrees, and they don't. Right? Same kind of degree Nick Cannon is getting. I think he got a master's in divinity. Ain't no real degree. Right? Get a doctorate in theology. Then you could say something. Martin Luther King had that. But his real degree was that second bachelor's that he got from Kosher Theological Seminary. Why? And this is why educated ministers, what? Drift away from the masses. That's what Carter G. Woodson said. Watch. So these are the three that Carter G. Woodson pointed out in the miseducation of the Negro. The educated Negro minister, a deceiver. The illiterate preacher, the illiterate Negro preachers, page 58, deceivers. Today, these are called cotton patch preachers that are called to preach. And the illiterate black congregation, this is every black church. These are all deceivers. That's why I said that the black church is a satanic cult, because they all engage in deception every Sunday, and they bring it into their homes. Who was Dr. James B. Pritchard, PhD, of the University of Pennsylvania? He was a biblical archaeologist. He was a professor of biblical studies and Old Testament literature at Kosher Theological Seminary, where Martin Luther King Jr. attended. This was his professor. Okay? Look at what Martin Luther King had to learn in 1951, when black people could not even vote, when the average black person only knew the Bible. This is what Martin Luther King had to study. He had to study from this text from Princeton University Press. Ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament with supplement edited by James B. Pritchard. Martin Luther King had to read and master this book. The average black person in 1951, hell, the average black person in 1961, 71, and 81 was not on this level. That's why I always tell people, Martin Luther King knew more about African history than Malcolm X, particularly when it came to ancient Egypt and religion. But you don't know that because you don't read. Listen to what Martin Luther King had to study. This anthology brought together the most important historical, legal, mythological, liturgical, and secular texts of the ancient Near East. There ain't no pastor on Sunday talking to black folks about historical, legal, mythological, liturgical, and secular texts of the ancient Near East, right? With the purpose of providing a rich contextual base for understanding the people, cultures, and literature of the Old Testament. A scholar of religious thought and biblical archaeology, James Pritchard recruited the foremost linguists, historians, and archaeologists to select and translate the texts. The goal, in his words, was what? A better understanding of the likenesses and differences which existed between Israel and the surrounding cultures. That means Martin Luther King had to actually do in-depth research and study at an academic level on where these beliefs came from. This is why you don't hear black pastors bigging up Martin Luther King. He was one of those black pastors that drifted away from the masses. And that's what made him ideal to lead the masses, because he did not come from among them. He was educated. And you know, anytime that you are head and shoulders above your peers, how are your peers going to react to you? With hateration. Martin Luther King was the Tupac of pastors. Not Malcolm. It was Martin. There's a reason why they don't big up Martin. It's the people that big up Martin, not black pastors. They would rather forget him. They're going to blame it on, they're going to blame it on polemics, on 19th century Protestant liberalism, which Martin aspired to. All this bullshit. That's bullshit. Martin had way more education than they did. Okay? Before the publication of these volumes, students of the Old Testament found themselves having to search out scattered books and journals in various languages. This anthology brought these invaluable documents together in one place and in one language, thereby expanding the meaning and significance of the Bible for generations of students and readers. And as one reviewer put it, this great volume is one of the most notable to have appeared in the field of Old Testament scholarship this century. Princeton published a follow-up companion volume, The Ancient Near East, in pictures relating to the Old Testament in 1954. Okay? And when is Martin in closure? Martin is in closure what year? Where we at? Let's see. I should have had the year. Okay, I didn't. I thought I did. Okay. I think I did. It'll come up later. Okay. So let's look at this. Near East. We're talking about the Near East. Do y'all know what the Near East is? Let's look. Oh, and later, so hold on. It says here, Princeton published a follow-up companion volume, The Ancient Near East in Pictures Relating to the Old Testament, 1954. And later, a one-volume abridgment of the two, right? The Ancient Near East, an anthology of text and pictures in 1958. So that's dope. The continued popularity of the work in its various forms demonstrates that anthologies have a very important role to play in education. and in the mission of a university press. So Martin had to read stuff that was being published by a real university press. He wasn't doing, oh, I was called in the cotton field and I heard the Lord call my name and say, Martin, come. No, he was getting real university education on ancient texts. He wasn't a dumb, low IQ Negro like the people who try to push the Jesus pill on you today and the Bible pill. So let's look at the Near East. A term originally applied to the Balkan states of southeastern Europe, but now generally applied to the countries of southwestern Asia between the Mediterranean and India, including the Middle East, especially in historical context. So this whole region right here, right? This would be southeastern Europe to southwestern Asia, which is actually over here. Okay, this whole area here, all of this. This is the Near East. Okay, also this. All of this, this is what they lump it in. Okay, this whole highlighted, all of this, everything you see highlighted, that's what they consider the Near East. Even though it's so Africa is included in Near East. I don't have a problem with Near East, the term Near East. When you talk about the Near East, you're also talking about Africa. It is a geopolitical term relating to politics, especially international relations that's influenced by geographical factors. Okay? So Martin Luther King had to learn about that region, not at a first grade level, not at a high school level. He had to learn it at the university level. How many black folks do you think in 1951, when he was at college, how many black folks from the block, from the hood, do you think was studying ancient Near Eastern texts at the university level? Are you out of your mind? We couldn't even vote. We weren't even allowed to drink from a freaking water fountain or sit or eat where we wanted to. We still had to step off the sidewalk when white folks came walking by. You got to be out of your mind to think that you understand what this argument is all about. You got to be what I call a special kind of stupid. Let's look what Martin wrote in his own words after studying this, because he had to write a paper proving that he understood it. What did Martin write in his own words? He tells you how Jesus became God. He said, in order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. We must remember that the logos concept, which is the word, the logos concept had its origin in Greek thought, not Jewish thought, Greek thought. It was only natural that the early Christians, after coming in contact with the Greeks, would be influenced by their thought. In other words, that's how Jesus became the word or the logos. Because when you look in the Greek translation, it uses the word logos. So if it uses the word logos as a pronoun, I think it's a pronoun. If it uses the word logos as a personal pronoun, then it has to be referring to Greek philosophy. That's why he had to explain it in this context. On page 227, he tells you how Jesus became the Son. He says the church had found God in Jesus. The church, not the man in the street, not the synagogue, the church. Now, you know what some retarded Christians are going to do? Oh, well, let me explain to you what the church is. The church just means the body of Christ. It means those people who will follow. No, fool, no. Stop it. It means Eusebius, the early church fathers, and all of them people. The church had found God in Jesus. And so it called Jesus the Christ. It. Jews were not going to call him the Christ. You talking about, they were going to call him the Messiah. No, they weren't going to call him the Messiah either. And later, under the influence of Greek thought forms, this is what Martin Luther King said. Later, under the influence, like when you're under the influence of alcohol or marijuana or sex, under the influence of Greek philosophy, Greek thought forms, Jesus became the only begotten Son of God. That's Martin Luther King. You have not produced another pastor at that level before him or since then. How many other pastors you know got a holiday in this country? A federal holiday. They had to do that. They had no choice. I know because I was one of the people that marched to get his birthday declared a holiday back in the early 80s. When I marched with Stevie Wonder and all the rest of them out in the cold across the Brooklyn Bridge, shutting down traffic until his birthday was declared a holiday. I lived that. I'm not one of you young bucks that think you know something. Because you don't know nothing, to be quite honest with you. Apotheosize. He said the Greeks had to apotheosize Jesus. What does that mean? It says in order to receive inspiration from Greeks. This is Martin Luther King in his own words on page 227. It's called the papers. To call and to serve. In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. What does that mean? Apotheosize. Elevate to or as if to the rank of a god. Idolize. You idol worshiping motherfuckers. That's what you are. That's why you wear those idols around your neck and you make all kinds of symbols of the cross. You're idol worshipers. You are bibolaters. You practice bibolatry. You have multiple idols. You don't just worship the cross, you worship the book itself, the Bible. You worship it. It is your God. There is no difference between the Bible and the God you worship. They are one and the same. You worship a book, an animate object. You idol worshipers. You are bibolaters. Heathens. That's what you are, all of you. Translation. The early original Christians, according to Martin Luther King, an educated preacher, did not see Jesus as God. The original Christians did not see Jesus as God, or even as a God, or even as the Son of God, let alone the only begotten one. Those were all later developments. So the next time you run into your church saying all this stupid shit, educate yourself. So the real question you have to ask yourself is, if the early original Christians did not think of Jesus as God, what the hell makes the later Christians, i.e. today's Christians, think that they know better than the early original Christians? Better still, what makes you think that you know better than the early original Christians? That is a fair question, respectfully asked. But hold on a second. 1 second. Right? Hold on a second, though. Hold on a second. Right? So here's the thing. The point I'm making is these Negroes. If my teeth don't look too clean, it's because I was sipping on organic cocoa chocolate, which is going to darken my teeth. So, sorry. These people are so deceptive. It's satanic in nature. For you to walk up in that pulpit every Sunday in Nigeria, in Ghana, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, in Zambia, in Angola, in Congo, in Sudan, in Namibia, right? For you to walk up in these churches every Sunday and tell that lie about Jesus being God and the Bible being the word of God, you are evil. You are satanic. You are children of Satan. Why? Because you engage in and invest in deception. And you cannot call Satan the deceiver and then think that you are not in alignment with Satan when your very precepts and doctrines are based in deception. Show me your PhD in theology, because Martin had one. Show me your BA. Show me your seminary BA. So at least I know you can understand concepts and precepts. Hell yeah, it's big business. Yes. No question. Martin was very smart. The FBI wasn't following Martin because he was stupid. FBI didn't follow stupid people. Okay? But this is real. This is real. What I'm talking to you about is real because this took place today. This very satanic behavior took place in your neighborhood today. And I'm not talking about the drug dealers. These are the original drug dealers pushing you Jesus as a drug. I'm telling you 100%. Right? And he tried to, and the reason, and I showed all of this in my exchange with Pastor Charles. I put it on the screen because I said, well, you talking about Martin Luther King spoke highly of the black church. I said, well, let's see what Martin Luther King said. Martin Luther King said that it was the Greeks that apotheosized Jesus and made him into a god. Partly because they had a thing about hating flesh. So they couldn't worship a live man. He had to be on the level of a god. Right? And then he also said that it was the church. The church found God in Jesus. Not the Jews, not the Gentiles, not whoever else. It was the church. Eusebius, Tertullian, Cyprian, Augustine, on and on. And Pastor Bennett's favorite, Athanasius. It was the church that found Jesus, or it was the church that put God in Jesus. Okay? It was the church that did that. Imagine if you had an institution and your institution could claim to be the arbiter of God. That's power. Nigga, that's ecclesiastical power. That's political power. That's geopolitical power in ancient times. What's wrong with you? This ain't got nothing to do with God. What's fucking wrong with you? Are you stupid? Are you historically illiterate? Yes, you are. Okay? You are historically illiterate. Yes, it is an economic war. It really is an economic war. It's an economic war. It's an economic war against black people that black people are waging every Sunday. All these mega churches you see, all these pastors with these private jets and this, that, and the third. It's an industry and it's an economic war that they wage against black people. You can't get more racist and anti-black than that. But that's not where their real anti-blackness comes in. I'm going to highlight that later. So let's look at it. Let's get back to it. Here we go. So this is what Martin Luther King was saying. Oh, my bad. Let me just come here. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, what makes you think you know more than the original Christians if the early Christians did not see Jesus as God? Stupid. What else did Martin Luther King say? This is what Martin Luther King said, and I put this on the screen in front of the pastor, and that's why Pastor Bennett could not respond to it. He could only respond to a quote that he thought, that he tried to make people think I misquoted. Idiot. Martin Luther King said this on page 302. This is in Martin's own words from his paper. He said, the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris exerted considerable influence upon early Christianity. So why is it when the Kemetic community is telling you this, you act like the Kemetic community is just making it up? Like Dr. Ben was a liar or John Henry Clark was a liar. That's evil. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said on page 302, we find that there was a festival each year in Egypt celebrating the resurrection of Osiris. So Martin Luther King is talking about the resurrection before any Jesus, before any Jews, before any Christians, before any Abraham or Moses. He's talking about a resurrection in Africa. Martin Luther King is talking about that it was being celebrated each year in Kemet. How dare you not teach this to black people in your churches? Why? Because your mandate is to suppress black history. That's what makes you racist against black people. You do white people's job every Sunday by suppressing our history. You are the problem. The black church, black pastors, you are the problem. You are the reason our children don't like to read. You are the children. You are the reason our children are not interested in history. You are the reason. Because you tell them a bullshit bedtime story that was written poorly at a very late period, and you want to trap their minds there. In Hellenism, you are scumbags. You are the scumbags of the black community. All of you. Every last one of you are the scumbags of the black community. And I don't care what your name is. If there was a pastor in front of it, or a reverend in front of it, or an apostle in front of it, or an elder in front of it, I know all them titles y'all got in them churches. You are all the scumbags of the black community. All of you. I don't care if you inherited it from your grandmama and its tradition. You are the scumbags of the black community. Martin Luther King said on page 303, Christians unconsciously perpetuate the worship of Osiris in modern times. He wrote that at seminary. He didn't write that at Morehouse, a secular university. He wrote that in a Christian seminary. Christians unconsciously perpetuate the worship of Osiris in modern times. He wrote that in his early 20s. You stupid motherfuckers can't even figure it out in your 40s and 50s. You are disgusting. I have no respect for you. None. To me, you are the children of Satan. You are satanic because you suppress black history. Anybody engaged in suppressing black history, anyone engaged in that is an enemy of the black community. You can't call yourself an ally of the black community when your very ideology works to suppress black history. Why would you keep it? Why would you keep these facts from black children? Why won't you give them to your congregation? There's only one pastor I could think that did that, and I'm going to give him his props, whether you like him or not. I'm going to give him his props because he's the only one I know that did it. What's his name? I haven't used his name. Ray Hagan. The police chaplain Ray Hagan, who another idiot tried to destroy. You always get so many idiots in the black community that always want to come along and destroy the good ones who are trying to do good work. And the people are stupid enough to fall for it every time. It was a scumbag piece of trash that tried to destroy Ray Hagan when Ray Hagan was doing good work, waking up older black people, carrying on the work of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. I'm not saying Ray Hagan was perfect. He wasn't. He made some mistakes, committing himself to do a debate that he was not prepared for with Wesley Muhammad. I remember that. In fact, I called him the next day and had him fly back to New York the next day so I could take him to Dr. Ben's house, where we spent the whole day at Dr. Ben's house. Me, Ray Hagan, and Professor James Small, who was there when we got there. That's right. And the four of us spent the day together. Me, Ray Hagan, Professor James Small, and Dr. Ben in Dr. Ben's home. To me, these pastors are evil. And Pastor Bennett his behavior and what he did. Wait till I show you how he tried to deceive even further. Wait, you need to see this. Trust no Christian pastor. I'm going to say it again. Trust no Christian pastor. They are all evil. All of them. Let's look at what Martin Luther King Jr. said. This is Martin Luther King Jr. speaking. Between the pages of 163 and 164 and 175. Martin Luther King Jr. said this: the present study represents an attempt to apply the scientific method to an analysis of the Old Testament. What did he say? Scientific method to an analysis of the Old Testament. In the light of these archaeological findings. So this is Martin bringing you into the realm of science. The plan of this study involves taking successively 5 societies and relating their powerful influence upon the Old Testament writers. These societies are Sumer, Babylonia, Egypt, Kemet, Ras Shamra, and Arabia. Ras Shamra would be Ugarit in Syria. This study will not deal with the social and economic structure of these societies as such, but more with their literary compositions. He was telling you where the Bible writers were getting their writings from, their concepts, their ideas from. The study of these cultures of the Near East is necessary for a thorough understanding of the Bible. So if you want to understand the Bible, listen to Martin Luther King and stop listening to these fools and these bastards of. We're gonna start calling them satanic temples. They're not churches. They are satanic temples. Call them what they are. From AME on to the rest of them. Jehovah's Witness, all of them. Seventh-day Adventists, all of them. They are satanic temples. All of them. I don't care what denomination you choose. None of it means anything to me. As long as you believe in those precepts and those doctrines, you are a child of Satan. Period. Why? Because it's all based on deception. And you cannot get close to God through deception. Sorry, doesn't work like that. It was the religious and spiritual concepts of these people which had profound influence upon the Hebrews and Greeks. Moreover, by way of Judeo-Christian religion, many of these spiritual and religious concepts have been able to what? To creep into the modern civilized world. Egypt and the Old Testament. This is not SHAKKA-AHMOSE talking. This is Martin Luther King Jr. This is not I Have a Dream about little white boys and little white girls holding hands and getting married like Serena Williams and her husband. No, this ain't that. Sorry, Serena. I ain't go front. I like her. Even though she made choices I don't agree with, I still like her. We now turn to ancient Egypt, which was another great center of civilization that left its mark upon the Old Testament. In order to get to the roots of Egyptian culture, we must dig into its literature. So he's talking about going into the literature. How many of you brothers on the block digging into ancient Kemetic literature? And make sure you find good translations, because there's a lot of bad translations out there, especially when it comes to sexual innuendos. In order to get to the roots of Egyptian culture, we must dig into its literature. Thus, we will follow this course. The first phase of Egyptian literature that we will consider here is the composing of proverbs. I think I can be safe in saying that the composing of proverbs were begun in Egypt. That's Martin Luther King talking. One of the first, and to many, the greatest proverb writers to appear on the Egyptian scene was Ptah-hotep. That's Martin Luther King talking about Ptah-hotep in his early 20s. How you gonna catch up to somebody like that and you're just an idiot Jesus pastor from the hood? This man was talking about Ptah-hotep in ancient Kemet, the oldest book in the world, which it is known as, in his early 20s in the South. Well, no, this was in Pennsylvania. But he was from the South. This is a black man from the South, Alabama, talking about Ptah-hotep in the 50s. Are you out of your fucking mind to think you understand what I'm talking about? I got to stop this for a second. Because y'all don't really understand the implications of this. They want to sell you Martin Luther King and I Have a Dream and all this other bullshit. But they won't talk to you about Martin Luther King talking about Osiris and Jesus and Tahotep in his 20s. In his 20s. Please share my screen. I thought I was sharing my screen. Hope I was. Facts. Facts. Yes. Facts. Yes. That's why I tell you, white people are not your biggest enemy. There are many of them who are your enemies. There's no question about that. You'd be stupid to think otherwise. They're not your greatest enemy. Your greatest enemy will always look like you. Sometimes your greatest enemy will be you. There are many days when I'm my greatest enemy. I'm not going to be shy about that. When I make stupid decisions and stupid choices, giving into weaker aspects of myself, when I'm like, Shaka, you need to be more disciplined. Shaka, you don't need to be engaging in that. Shaka, you don't need to. But as human beings, we cater to certain aspects of ourselves to make us feel whole or to make us feel better or whatever it is. And a lot of times, you know, we just don't get that part right. But so the point that, yes, this right here, yes. Boom. Boom. That part right there. That part right there. Yep. Facts. Yep. Facts. Absolutely. Facts. I want you to see what Martin was saying. And if Martin could say this in his early 20s, in the early 1950s, when black people couldn't vote and the South was still segregated and Jim Crow was still in effect, and Martin had this kind of knowledge, this is what Carter G. Woodson, when he was talking about educated ministers drifting away from the masses. How you going to be a part of the masses when you know the truth? You're not going to be welcomed there. You're not going to be well received there. That's what Martin had to deal with. So that made Martin the perfect candidate to lead the masses. You couldn't pick somebody who was actually from among the masses to lead the masses. No, you had to have somebody who already had a gap between them. That was Martin. He was perfectly suited for that. And it is an economic war against black people. Somebody wants me to show them the books. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the books. Here we go. Oops. Oh, come on, man. There you go. Okay. I'm back. Everybody calm down. No need to panic. Shakka's here. Shakka's here, yeah. The good old days. I miss singing. I really do. Okay. Come on. All right. Oh yeah, this presentation gonna get deep. No question about it. No question. All right. Okay. I ain't gonna talk about it if I don't know it. I ain't gonna talk about it if I don't know it. See what I'm saying? Everything I'm showing you, if I haven't read it, I wouldn't present it to you. I have too much respect for your mind. I would not do that to you. I am not in this business to deceive you. That is not my purpose here. That is not why I'm not here to deceive. For what? What personal gain do I get out of deceiving you? None. I get nothing. Hopefully I can get something for teaching you. Okay? That would be cool. Okay? So, let's see here. Here we go. Facts. Get those likes up. Get those shares up. Come on, people. Come on, people. That's what's up. Thank you, Letitia. I appreciate you. You've been a source of motivation for me throughout this. That really matters. That really helps. I appreciate that. It does, believe it or not. When I get that seal of approval to let me know I'm doing my job, that absolutely. What books do I recommend? So the next time some foolish old black person, some miseducated black person comes talking to you about Jesus and Jesus is king, you need to send it to Candace Owens with her dumb ass talking about Jesus is king, because she's about as stupid as the day is long. She's historically illiterate. She's a Thomas Sowell groupie, but can't tell you anything about his mentors. She's a dumb who thought that Marion White was marrying up. And I have no respect for her at all. Zero. Zilch. In fact, I have more respect for Ben Shapiro than I have for Candace Owens. And I don't like Ben Shapiro. I don't like him, but I respect his respect for facts and his ability to wield them. That doesn't mean that I agree with his facts, or it doesn't mean that I agree with his representation of his facts. But I respect him far more than I respect Candace Owens, as far as being a person of mental fortitude. Okay? Facts. People, get those likes up. I need more subscribers. I need more likes. I need people giving me a reason to come here and handle my business. So I wanted y'all to see this. That was our main reason for stopping it. Okay? So now that you've seen it, let's get back on. Share screen. Oops. We came here to do work. Came here to do work? Let's do work. Just do your job. That's what I'm here for. Okay? Here you go. So here he is talking about Ptah-hotep, Martin Luther King. He said one of the first and to many the greatest proverb writers to appear on the Egyptian scene was Ptah-hotep, who was a grand vizier under a pharaoh of the 5th dynasty, 2675 BC. According to other calculations, about 2870 BCE. So Martin Luther King was chronologically literate. He was quoting years and circa. He was giving you a timeline in the BCE era. Martin was not stupid. Martin Luther King continues. We find Ptah-hotep saying to his son, "Be not arrogant because of thy knowledge, and have no confidence in that thou art a learned man. Take counsel with the ignorant as with the wise, for the limits of art cannot be reached." This is Martin quoting Kemetic literature, and no artist fully possesses his skill. A good discourse is more hidden than the precious green stone, and yet it is found with slave girls over the millstone. This is Martin Luther King quoting Kemetic literature in 1951 at Kosher. He warns his son that covetousness is a malady, disease, incurable. He makes it very clear that he who hath heard becomes a hearer. Throughout the teachings of Ptah-hotep, we see many proverbs which are strikingly similar to those found in the biblical book of Proverbs. It was the greatness of Ptah-hotep's proverbs that led Breasted to say what? These maxims of Ptah-hotep constitute the earliest formulation of right conduct to be found in any literature. Another important figure who contributed greatly to Egyptian literature was Amenemop. This man. So here you're looking at a black man here, an African. Here you're looking at a black man here, an African. Amenop. Here you got Ptah-hotep. Here you got Amenop. This is the actual text, by the way, that's in the museum that has Tahotep's writing on it. Here you have the actual text with Amenemop's writing, which they stole and put in the Bible. Martin continues, another important figure who contributed greatly to Egyptian literature was Amenemop. Like Tahotep, he offered sound advice to his son on honesty, integrity, self-control, and kindness. It was essentially this profound advice, that proved to be of lasting influence to the Hebrews. We find striking parallels of Amenemop in Jeremiah, Psalms, and Proverbs. So Martin naming 3 books, not just Proverbs. Amenemop, here he gives examples. Better is poverty in the hand of God than riches in the storehouse. Better are loaves when the heart is joyous than riches and unhappiness. Go to Proverbs 15:16. Better is little with the fear of Jehovah than great treasure and trouble therewith. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. When you read them side by side and you do the breakdown, you see they're exactly the same. This is the earlier one. Okay? Now, why am I showing you this? This is Amenemop's writing, the actual text that it's on. It's in the museum. See, BritishMuseum.org, right? Better is poverty in the hand of God than riches in the storehouse. Better are loaves when the heart is joyous than riches and unhappiness. The teaching of Amenemop. Here it gives you the serial number and the year, 1070 BCE. That's the 11th century BCE. The oldest evidence you have for Proverbs is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. The oldest evidence. They don't even go back to BCE. The oldest evidence for Proverbs in Jewish literature is 30 CE. It's not even BC times. It's in modern times. The oldest evidence is 4Q, right here. Better is little with the fear of Jehovah than great treasure and trouble therewith. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Proverbs 15, plate 1153, fragment 2B, 3679, 37, 4Q 103-4Q, Proverbs, circa 30 CE. That's from the Leon Levy Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library. I don't fuck around. Are you out of your mind? You liars, you a den of liars. All of you Christians reading from them Bibles are liars. All of you Hebrew Israelites are liars. You're all liars. You are liars and thieves. All of you. All of you. I didn't say some of you. All of you. Every last one of you are liars and thieves. Period. Why? I don't say so. The evidence says so. What I say is irrelevant. What the evidence says is everything. Martin Luther King continues. He says, this is only one instance of many where there is a direct similarity between the wisdom of Amenemop and biblical versions. Before we close our study of Egypt and its relationship to Old Testament literature, we must consider Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten. This interesting character was the king of the 18th dynasty. He gives the years, who through many lofty ideals became the first individual of history. His greatest contribution to Egyptian culture was his new idea of God. He introduced solar monotheism at a time when his nation was steeped in the tradition of polytheism. Unfortunately, his monotheism died with him. Either for the temple service or for personal devotions, the king composed 2 hymns to Aten. 2 is misspelled, forgive, which are quite relevant for our present study. Martin continues. He says, the 104th Psalm of the Hebrews shows a notable similarity to this hymn, both in thought and sequence. Some very interesting phrases which appear in Akhenaten and the Bible are, the earth is in darkness like death. Confer Psalms 104:20. All serpents they sting. Psalms 104:21. From these few examples, we are able to see the tremendous amount of influence that this hymn had on the biblical writers. With these explanations, we now leave Egypt. Now, oh, yes, so he was referring to this hymn right here. If you go into the tomb of I, which is called KV23, if you go to Kemet today and you go in this tomb, if you go into the tomb of I, a tomb was made for I before he became king. After King Tut became king, I eventually became king. But before he became king, he was a noble, and they started his tomb. And in his tomb, he had Akhenaten's hymn to the Aten. So we know where the writing came from that went into writing Psalms 104. It came from this, the original African literature. But you got dumb Negro preachers in church every Sunday that don't want you to see the Africanness of where this literature came from. Suppressing black history, and you think you're a friend of the black community. You got to be out of your mind. And deceiving on top of it. This is Akhenaten here. And if you go to see this stela, behind him on the walls is the same hymn. The same hymn you see in this tomb, you're going to see it on the wall on this relief as well. If you notice, look at the color of all of these kings. Black. Well, he wasn't a king, he was a noble, right? And a vizier, right? So you have a vizier, a saber, a noble, a teacher, and a king. All black men, African men. Does he look Irish to you? Does he look Chinese to you? And went down the wrong pipe. Plus, I got cayenne pepper. You know that wasn't fun. Okay. Let's go, folks. I don't hear any thank yous coming through. My Cash App is getting hungry. The Cash App is saying, hey, ain't we teaching today? I'm like, yeah, we teaching. So let's go. Look to the top of the chat in the YouTube. You will see the Cash App. Okay. So to prove that, and I showed this to the pastor, to prove that Martin was correct, if you go to the World of the Orient, which is a journal, it's an academic journal, there's an article called The Formation of Proverbs. They did the science so deep that they can tell you how Proverbs in the Bible was formatted. They can tell you how the people who formatted, they can tell you how the scribe took from the original Kemetic literature. Listen, the present essay reconstructs the procedures by which the editor of Proverbs 22:17 through 24:22 received and adopted the wisdom of Amenemope. This guy, this brother here, this editor had access to all or almost all of the book of Amenemope. This is recorded, documented, probably in Aramaic translation, and used it closely and sequentially to go from 22:17 to 21:11. He cycled through Amenemope. He cycled through Amenemope in 5 passes or sweeps, in each one focusing on passages of interest and recasting them to compose his own maxims. That's called plagiarism. Moreover, the diffuseness and distribution of Amenemope's influence in several sections of Proverbs indicates that much, perhaps all of the book was known in Israel and indirectly became a popular source of Hebrew wisdom. So they're telling you where Jesus' people got their wisdom from the Africans of Kemet. Martin Luther King documented it for you. So, when Carter G. Woodson said, and I quoted from him accurately the first time, The educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people, because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, the Teuton, and to despise the African. I was 100% correct in my quote. And Martin Luther King was 100% correct. Carter G. Woodson and Martin Luther King were one. Everybody was correct except for Pastor Bennett. Jabari was correct. I was correct. Martin Luther King was correct. Carter G. Woodson was correct. The only two people that was wrong was Pastor Bennett and Reverend Charles. And the Christian cult members in the chat. Deception. That's what he engaged in. Remember, what was Pastor Bennett's deception? He intentionally tried to make it appear as if I misquoted the book, did poor, sloppy, irresponsible research, and that I was mistaken. And that my quote, as he said, was not in the book. But if you got the book in front of you, you can only be lying. You're either lying or you're that stupid. Either way, if you're one or the other, you should not be teaching people. And you certainly should not be believed or followed. He tried to make it appear as if my quote was not in the book, but did exist in the book in a different context simultaneously, which inferred that I was incorrect, dishonest, deceitful, and or miseducating. And that's what the topic is, right? Who is miseducating the black community? He attempted to mislead you and deceive you and make you think that I was trying. Forget about what I was doing. The point is he attempted to mislead you and deceive you. That's the devil's job. That's the devil's job. And look how hopeful he was looking. See, that smile disappeared off his face when Jabari started talking. And I was just sitting back and enjoying it, watching it, watching it, because I know how scholarship works. Pastor Bennett, the deceiver, a double deceiver exposed. So now we're going to watch and see, because that was not the only deceit. Look what happened. So, Sanetta said this to me on air. I don't want to say any names. The host of the show said this to me once he had ended the broadcast, or he was getting ready to end it. I don't know if I think we were still live, but he said, this is what his exact words were. He said, Pastor Bennett called and asked me to stop the discussion, because let me tell you what happened. Pastor Bennett, when Jabari proved that Pastor Bennett was lying and trying to deceive people and miseducating people, Pastor Bennett started screaming and he tried to take control of the conversation. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm the invited guest, not you. You had the ability to ask a question. It was asked, it was answered, and you got shown you got your spot blown up and exposed for trying to deceive people. Now you got to go and you got to lick your wounds. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to try to stay there and stay face. And I told Sanetta, cut him off or I'm leaving. So Sanetta cut him off. Now listen, Sanetta cut him off. When Sanetta cut Pastor Bennett off, Pastor Bennett called back because he wanted us to stop talking about it because he wasn't there to respond. Who the hell is he? The black community has to wait for him to come and respond to him being exposed. And until that happens, we can't celebrate his being exposed and hold the truth out front that has been documented. That's how hateful of the truth these Christian apologists are. That's why I said the black church and their apologists are anti-black, racist, satanic cults. That's what they are. They're racist against black people because they go out of their way to suppress black history. Why? Because black history is at odds with Christianity and the Bible. And they cannot admit that. It is at odds. It is at odds. It's at odds. So you can't, it's like they say you can't worship God and serve the devil at the same time, or you can't worship two masters at the same time. You'll hate one and despise the other. So Christians make a choice that they pretend not to make. They choose either Black history or Christianity. You can't have both. Because at a certain point in history, they are at odds with each other. See, they don't want to have this discussion. And if they really believe what they believe, why don't they invite us into the church and have the discussion live? No, I can't say that. That's not true. They did it when they invited Jabari. And I've never held my tongue. Jabari knows that I was very disappointed with the outcome of that. I've never been shy about that. I respect what he did here. Came through like Kobe Bryant, Pippen, and all the rest of them with the layup. But I felt that was a perfect time to put it on them bad. And that opportunity was not taken fully advantage of. But that's in the past, so I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, Jabari has proved himself above and beyond. That's where I stand with Jabari. Jabari has proved himself above and beyond. So, yes. I consider Jabari a peer. And I don't call anybody a peer. I call Brother Reggie, Professor Reggie is a peer. Jabari is a peer. I don't have many peers. Right? Jonathan Owen is a peer. No question about it. And there are a lot of people who are very fluent with Medu Neter, but I do not consider them my peers. Because they have a lot of misconceptions about Medu Neter. Because they have misconceptions about philology in general. Okay. So, Pastor Bennett, this is what he said. Pastor Bennett called Sanetta. Forgive me. I don't want to say my brother's name. Pastor Bennett called the host of the show and said, and asked them to stop the discussion. This is what he said. Pastor Bennett called and asked me to stop the discussion because he's not here to respond. And it caused an argument between me and Sanetta, between me and the host, because I was like, why should we stop just because he's the one that brought it up? So now we got to stop because he got caught out there in his question? That's not fair to us or to the audience. And I disagree with it. So that's where he tried to put his foot down as the host of the show and say, well, look, you're ending the discussion, period. So I was like, okay, whatever. But check out the further deception. Pastor Bennett, he said Pastor Bennett asked me to edit out his part of the discussion. Boom! That is deception. Remember when I told you all they do is engage in satanic behavior? He wanted to deceive you. He did not want you to know what happened. That's deep. That's deep. That's why I have him dressed the way he should be dressed, the way he presented himself through his behavior. It was satanic. It was all an exercise in deception after deception after deception. How can I not call you an agent of Satan if deception is all you engage in? Pastor Bennett? No, let's deal with it. Hold on a second. Let's deal with it. Pastor Bennett, I know you're going to hear about this. And I know you're going to cry and probably do a response to save face, because the one thing I know about you is your ego is far larger than your faith. That's what put you in this mess. Your ego is far larger than your faith. If Jesus didn't save you from this embarrassment and this ass whooping, maybe it's a message from Jesus that you need to humble yourself and stop engaging in all that deception if you're going to be representing his name. I'm just guessing. I have no investment in the name of Jesus. No sizable investment, no meaningful investment. I appreciate the name because of what it can open up for you as far as research is concerned. right? The name Jesus is a wonderful name if you are interested in research and learning and education about the ancient world. Yeah, the subject matter of Jesus is a great place to start. There are things that I know about Jesus I would never share with my audience. I just don't think it's certain things I just keep to myself. Or certain things I reserve for real paying audiences, like people who book a 30-minute session with me. Oh, they'll tell you, I open up my archives for them. I show them all kind of things. That's why they always come back, because I make it worth their while. But yeah, there are things I could tell you about Jesus and show you about Jesus that would bug you out, you know? Yes, very dishonest. Very dishonest. Called in the show, called the host of the show and said, don't let them talk about it because I can't respond. What were you going to say? The documentation already proved that you were a liar, Pastor Bennett, and that you were just being deceptive. The jig was up. Ma'at spoke. Truth spoke. Right? See, the difference is I have a thing about hypocrisy. I don't come before you and tell you I'm a holy person or that I'm divine or I got some divine relationship and blah, blah. I don't tell you none of that. I'm just somebody who loves research. I love it with a passion. And I just share my talent with it in service to my people, to my community, to you. Which is why I expect to hear that Cash App going ding, ding, ding. You understand what I'm saying? So, and one thing, let me explain to you why I always bring up my Cash App. It's because, number one, for the most part, I don't monetize my videos. Why? When you monetize your videos, number one, y'all got to sit through commercials. When you watch this back, you already got to sit through enough. I don't want you to have to sit through commercials. But then number two, they really monitor your videos. You can't have any music in it. You can't have the wrong image in it. The slightest little thing will prevent your video from being monetized. So rather than me put myself through all of that, I don't monetize my videos. I don't. What I get is the gratitude that you express when you're watching this. And that's it. That's it. Period. And I tell people, my presentations are not free. I charge for this. But in the African custom, I let you decide what you want to pay. Just make sure that you pay. That's it. Period. This is not a free presentation. Facts over feeling is not a free platform. It's a paid platform. But I trust in your integrity and in your honesty that you're going to show your appreciation and say, here you go. And I expect to look at my cash and be like, oh, okay, cool. All right. Yeah, that's what's up. Right? If you want me to prove to you that this is African tradition, I'll prove it to you right now. Watch. It might not be a smart business model, but I put more faith in my people than I put in YouTube. Right? Call me stupid. Here you go. Boom. So let me see. Here it is right here. Hold on. Here it is right here. Hopefully y'all can see this. It probably won't take. I'm going to try to put the whole thing in. Hold on one second. If it takes, I'll freak out. Oh, wow, it took. Okay, pay attention. Oh, no, only some of it took. Okay. So this is from The Bible of Bibles by Kersey Graves, and he's quoting Livingston. He's quoting Stanley Livingston in Africa, describing how the natives do business. He says, no man is afraid of being cheated. No precautions are used to prevent theft or robbery. In other words, people did not steal. Their goods to be sold are stored in an open bazaar, left without any attendance, and the purchaser fixes his own price and leaves what he considers a fair equivalent in its stead. And that's how I run my platform. It might seem crazy to you, but I can't brag about African history and African culture and African traditions and then not put some of them in play and in motion. So that's how I run my platform. I'll let you decide what you want to pay. Just pay. That's it. Okay? So I got 125 people in here. I expect to see 125 payments. Okay? I mean, how many people do you know do that? Most people tell you, oh, you want to see this, you got to pay this. You want to see that, you got to pay this. Right? No, I'm just saying just pay. Right? Use your own integrity. Use your own, even the church gives you a standard that you got to meet. They're like 10%, homie. That's like being a pimp or, a gangster on the corner. They'll be pushing up on 10% for that. Isn't that what the mob used to do? The people like Frank Sinatra and other people, we get a percentage of what Frankie gets. 10%. That's the church, mafioso. Now you know why their headquarters is in the Vatican. All right. Here we go. On some real, I'm just keeping it 100 with you. You heard? I'm just keeping it 100 with you. So let's rock. Right? Yeah, Pastor Bennett is a deceitful bastard. He is. And he's psychologically off. He's a zealot fanatic who is psychologically off. And he's not intelligent. For you to get caught out there when my quote was on page 1 and chapter 1 of the book, and he was not blaming the white man, he was putting it on miseducated, educated Negroes that themselves were miseducating the masses to worship and love the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, the Teuton, and to despise the African. Come on, homie. You stupid. They should call you Pastor Stupid. That's what I call you. Pastor Stupid, the deceiver. Oh, you thought I was going to let you get away with that? Pastor Bennett, now the whole world knows what happened. You got caught out there. You tried to cover it up. You got caught out there looking real stupid. Maybe you was naughty and not nice because Jesus didn't have your back. But Asar had mine. Tahuti had my back. Seshat had my back. Jabari had my back. Okay? The African Dirtu, the ancestors, had my back. Carter G. Woodson had my back. Pastor Stupid. I'm looking right in the camera at you. I hope you see this when I'm looking in your face calling you stupid. I have no respect for you because you are a deceiver. And you should be known as such. And then not only did you try to deceive about the quote, but then you called in and tried to deceive the audience by having that part edited out of the video, which the host complied with. It was at that point that I knew I would not ever be returning to that environment. I don't do that. That's dangerous. That's toying with black people's minds. I don't toy with black people's minds. Your mind is not a toy to me. Your mind is not there for me to play with for my own benefit. I'm not a pastor. That's what pastors do. They toy with people's minds for their own benefits. And black women in those churches, you are the most complicit in that crime because you fill the rank and files of these churches to know it, and you indoctrinate your children into that evil shit. I'm telling you that. I didn't bite my tongue and I didn't stutter. That's what he did. Pastor Bennett called into the show and Sa, my brother, said he asked me to stop the discussion because he's not here to respond. And he asked me to edit out his part of the discussion. Come on, Pastor Bennett. You didn't want the world to know you got your spot blown up, that you got caught trying to mislead, deceive, and lie and miseducate? What was the topic? You proved the topic in real time. Who is miseducating the black community? Well, who is asking people to edit out their part of the discussion when they get exposed? Why didn't you let the exposure stand in the video for people to see for all time? Pastor Stupid. Think I was going to eat you alive? Pastor Bennett, the deceiver. His deceit quadrivium, misleading his way to Jesus. Number one, he tried to deceive you about me. Number two, he tried to deceive you about the quote. Number three, he tried to deceive the public by having the exposure of his initial deceit and defeat edited out and removed from public view. So we're on three. And what was number four? He enlisted someone else to deceive in the process, the host. Isn't that what evil does? It tries to infect other people when it's evil. So it's bad enough he wanted to practice his satanic behavior on his own, but then he went and enlisted and recruited the host of the show to do it, to help him succeed. You are evil, motherfucker. Pastor Bennett, you are evil. That's what you are, homie. You are evil personified. And I proved it tonight. Beyond a shadow of any doubt. Well, it's not nighttime. I'm shocked. I'm up here this early, huh? Mislead. What is mislead? Go to the thesauruses. And this is why I say he is a deceiver. Go to the thesauruses. What is a synonym for mislead? The first word they give you is deceive. Bro, that's what you did. You, my dude, you on your forehead, on your chin, you. Here you go. I won't be too, yeah, you, because that's where you try to deceive from your mouth. Look, dude got a picture of himself behind him on the wall. You worship yourself, and that's how you behave. You don't give a damn about no Christianity. All you care about is being right and being seen and being perceived as being right. And you are willing to go to any length to deceive people to think that you are right. You will lie on behalf of the church. You will lie on behalf of Jesus. You will deceive on behalf of the Bible. You are a deceiver. You are a child of Satan. Pastor Bennett, I showed them how you truly are. This is why I have you up there like that. Because that's how you behave. And that is the truth of what you bring to the black community. And you enlisted someone else to do it with you. Right? What did they say? Pastor Bennett came to save his brother in Christ and got beat like an intellectual piñata. That's from the comments from the video. And look what somebody said. Sa cut the feed. They peeped it. And then they laughed. Because they know what happened. Look what somebody else said. Mr. Chanel, where is the full show? He cut it to save Pastor Bennett's ass. To deceive people. So that people wouldn't know what actually happened. I missed the live watching the replay, but a whole hour is now missing. What's up with Sonetta? That's what they said. That's not SHAKKA-AHMOSE saying it. The audience is not stupid. It's like, God damn. It's like nobody respect black people's mind. The church going to deceive you. The HBCU going to deceive you. This platform's going to deceive you. Nobody gives a fuck about telling you the truth and showing it to you. Nobody. Not unless it's something personal. Right? If it's something personal, they can get some personal dirt on somebody. Oh, they'll shove that to you all day long because you love that. But when somebody's trying to show you the facts about meaningful topics and what the truth actually is, so you can make life decisions based on that, nobody gives a damn about your brain and your mind. They will go to every length in collusion together to deceive you. And I just documented it for you right here. I don't have to lie. I don't have to make this up. What did Stace Bell say? Shaka destroyed the young reverend. Pastor Bennett tried to help, but further buried them both. That's what happened. See, Smitty, I love Bro Bennett jumping in. Things got funny for Shaka after he asked the question about Dr. Carter's quote. And now look, he's laughing. The only reason he would think that is if he saw the video that Sarnetta edited. That's how you edit people's mind and their brain. To me, that's evil shit. That's evil. I would not ever do that. I'm like, look, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's it. You should have let people see what happened and then just let Pastor Bennett respond on his own channel. It's like, and like he ain't got his own channel. Or he could have come back on your channel at a different time, Sarnetta, and responded. But y'all didn't do that. Y'all said, fuck the people. Let's cut this up and chop this up and make Shaka look bad at the end like he don't have no answer. That's why this brother said, I love Bennett jumping in. Things got funny for Shaka. Things did not get funny for... Things turned out great for Shaka in the end. If you would have been allowed to see it. And I like this one. They're talking to Sarnetta. You should not have added your injectors while Shaka wasn't done. And that's why me and Sarnetta got into a beef. Sarnetta was trying to answer an important question that I was not trying to answer. He was trying to answer the question of what has Kemet done for the black community. Was that the topic? Hold on 1 second. Let me ask the audience. Was that the topic? Was the topic, what has Kemet done for the black community? Put it in the chat. Was that the topic? Sarnetta was so lost, he was trying to answer a question that was not the topic. Trying to tell me how to do my job. You ain't on my level. How you trying to tell me how to do my job? He was getting mad because I refused to answer the question. I refused to answer the question because I'm smart enough to peep game. I can't speak on behalf of other people's ignorance because they're too stupid to see what's going on. We were not there. Put it in the chat. Was that the answer? Was that the topic? I want to see who's paying attention. Was that the topic? Yes or no? Was the topic, what has Kemet done for the black community? I want to know. What happened? Did my broadcast end? Because I ain't seeing nobody talk to me in the chat. Like, what's up? Oh, she said we all saw it happen in real time. That's what's up. His new album is called, hold on a second. His new album is called The Miseducation of Pastor Bennett and goes on sale tonight after 10 cents, for 10 cents. Facts. Yes. 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 Albanian anime clips, you're too stupid for me to even respond to. I'm not even bullshitting with you. Like, you're literally too stupid for me to even respond to. You know? If you said something that was like really meaningful, I would respond to it, but you're too historically illiterate to I take that off the screen. You're too stupid, but I'm going to respond to it anyway. You know me. I'm going to put something on the screen right now for you. Here you go. Hold on 1 second. Where we at? Let me go here. Yeah. Let me go here. I'm going to put something on the screen for you, you dumbass. Here you go. All right. Here you go. All right. What the hell? Man. I got to go get it again. 1 second. Here you go. I'm putting this on the screen for the idiot that said that. Here we go. All right. This should be it. So when I come here, it should be there. Yes. All right. I want you to see my screen. This is for this dude that said this. Hold on a second. Right. This is why you never heard of an intelligent Albanian. You ain't never heard of an Albanian genius, ever. He said it's about time you stop stealing Egyptian history and culture, start archaeology in sub-Saharan Africa. So here's my question to you. This ain't about sub-Sahara, North Sahara. It's about black. You said black people. White people taught in this country that black people have no history. They never created a civilization. None of that. So stop trying to send us to sub-Saharan Africa. We don't have to go to sub-Saharan Africa to talk about black history. You idiot. You moron. You intellectually challenged fool. You historical illiterate. Right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Can you see that? This is not sub-Saharan Africa. This is North Africa. Do you see Tutmos III? This is the actual relief. That ain't no AI Photoshop. This is the real deal. This is in the Louvre. Queen Tai, 18th dynasty. This is at the Oxford Museum, the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. Third intermediate period. Jedjahuti Yef Ankh, he's a priest. Do they look Chinese to you? Do they look Albanian to you? You dumbass. Now, before I come back and kick you out of my chat, I want you to first accept the fact that you are historically illiterate and stupid and know nothing about black history. Therefore, you are not in position to even discuss black history with me because your brain is too small. So let me kick you out. Okay. First, I'm gonna give you a chance to apologize. I'm gonna look at my chat, and if I don't see an apology, I'm gonna just kick you out and ban you from my channel. Because if you had the balls enough to make a false statement that we should be concerned with only sub-Saharan Africa as far as black history goes, and I just now showed you what the people of Kemet looked like, they were black people, I expect an apology. Always give a person a chance to atone for their mistakes, right? So I'm gonna give him 1 minute. If I don't see an apology from him in 1 minute, I'm just gonna ban him. Or somebody else, I should go just ban him anyway. Right? So what happened, Albanian anime clips? What happened? What happened? Yeah, he's uneducated. What happened? Because I ain't never heard of no Albanian genius. I don't know of one. No, stupid. You trying to say that they're not black, that the people of Kemet were not black. We just proved that and knocked that out of the window. They were very black, if we're going to be straight about it. Many of them were blacker than I am. Many of them. Okay, so you just lost that. And now you, instead of coming in and apologizing for your stupid statement, trying to deceive people. Okay, so let's see here. Let me just get rid of him since he doesn't have the integrity to apologize and admit that he was wrong. Your punishment is being banned. Goodbye. Banned. You are no longer allowed to participate. Now, I don't even debate that with them anymore. You can't debate something with somebody who refuses to see something. That's a psychological problem. That's above my pay grade. I'm not here for that. I want to get back to the deceiver, right? Let's get back to the deceiver, Pastor Child of Satan Bennett, the deceiver. Yeah, bro, you got caught out here trying to deceive everybody. Facts. Facts. Oh, I got to put that on the screen. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to stop it. Stop screen. I want to put this on the screen because this is the real deal right here. See that? Hold on. I'm going to get a shot of that. There you go. See that? I want you to see that, Pastor Bennett. They're talking about you, Eric Mason. You are Eric Mason. I'm doing a special on you, just so that you know, because you spoke a lot of shit years ago when I left that community that I was a part of on that other platform. That's what all of you. And what's his name from ESPN? The high yellow light skinned dude that runs with all of these Christians. What's his name? I can't remember his name right now. He used to be a sports announcer on the NBA stuff. Y'all know he's one of these Christians. Put his name in the chat. Because one thing about me, I might not address things at the time, but I don't forget. I'm one of those people. I don't forget. When I get time, I'm going to come back and see you. Right? Let me find what that man's name was. Because nobody's putting it in the chat. What was his name? Running with all of these Christians. Chris Broussard. Thank you. I need that name. Chris Broussard. Yeah, I ain't forget you. I ain't forget you, Mr. Broussard. I'm coming back and I'm seeing all of you. I'm not forgetting none of it. I'm not forgetting none of it. That also includes Vince Bantu, Damon Richardson, whatever his name is, Pastor Jerome Gay Jr. All of those videos that y'all did, I have them all in my hard drive. The Conscious Christian Community, Jesus versus Horus. I have all of those videos, all of them. I have you talking on stage, and I'm going to show the Black community how you are all children of Satan because you engage in deception, and you are enemies of the Black community because you work to suppress and misrepresent Black history. I took that very personal. I just been busy with working on all kind of different things that I got going on. You thought some little controversy that people tried to involve me in was going to derail me? Boy, bye. Boy, bye. You heard? Boy, bye. You see, I'm still here, right? I got things going on you couldn't begin to imagine. Beautiful things that I'm putting together for Black people, for the Black community, because they deserve it. The one thing I learned sitting back and forth, I learned that Black people, especially successful Black people, truly do not respect Black people. The one thing I learned from my mother that I picked up, I used to remember walking down the street with my mother, and to this day, it still fascinates me about her. I would see Black men in the street who looked really bad, like they hadn't shaved, their hair was bad, they stink, they looked like they had piss on themselves, and they were in the gutter. And my mother would stop, and she would treat them like a king. And it used to blow my mind. I used to look at her like, what the hell is wrong with you, lady? She would make sure they had money. She would get them something to eat. She would try to do something to improve their day and ask them, how are they doing? Are they okay? She would stop and have a conversation. And my mother was in Hunter College studying under John Henry Clark at that time. She was in the School of Health and Sciences. And then at night, she would go over to where Dr. Clark would teach, and she would take his classes. And we would get dragged along because we were kids. But it used to blow my mind because I didn't see anybody else treating these Black people like this. And that's when it dawned on me. My mother, as setting an example, was showing me the divinity in Black people, how it could not be suppressed and it could not be obfuscated by their poor conditions that have been brought about because of the capitalist society that we live in. See, capitalism in a fair society is cool. I'm with that. That's not what this is. This is capitalism in the midst of colonialism, slavery, and genocide, and sexism, and all other kind of isms. That's a dangerous cocktail with white supremacy at the center of it. With white supremacy at the center of it. It's a very dangerous model. It's a model that people like Ben Shapiro benefit from. It's a model that people like Matt Walsh benefit from. It's a model that people like Candace Owens marry into. It's a model that people like Lamont Hill wanted to be a part of. It's a model that people like Don Lemon want to be a part of. They all want to be a part of it and benefit from it. All of them. Those are just the facts. You don't have to get mad at me for saying it, but it's the facts. It's the facts. It's the facts. You won't see me in no film, soul playing, running around being a clown for crackers, for white people, trying to export a ghettoized version of black people throughout the world to see for a cheap laugh. You won't see that. I ain't knocking nobody who did. If that's what you need to do to be successful, do what you got to do. But we all ain't shaped and built the same way. And I don't think it's fair to really knock other people for doing what they know how to do. If that's what you know how to do, go ahead and get your paper. I don't want to bring you down or talk down to you or bad about you. Because I really genuinely don't feel that way about you. I like to see black people succeed. Just not at the expense of our integrity as a people. Because I remember Cicely Tyson. I remember Ossie Davis and Ruby Davis. I remember black people with integrity really getting down for our image in the world. Not only do I remember them, but I remember them making choices of integrity in their own personal lives, choosing to marry black people, choosing to create strong black families, not talking black while marrying white. Sorry, if you're facts over feelings, that's the name of this platform. If you don't like it, don't watch this show. Don't watch this platform. Okay? Don't watch the platform. Talking black while marrying white. Kamala Harris. Talking black while marrying white. It's called inconsistency. We all have our inconsistency, so I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I'm not saying that you can't be a part of our success. I'm not saying that. Because I genuinely don't believe that. Truthfully speaking, I don't know what to believe about it. Because it's not my situation. Nor is it a situation that I would look to and expect a helping hand from as far as the furtherance of the restoration of black identity in this world. Because you got to understand something. In order for things to be the way that they are in our communities, your identity had to be fucked with on a level that you couldn't begin to imagine. It's on an astronomical level, on levels that you really are not psychologically equipped to understand. So those of us who can see it and do perceive it, we have to fight that fight for you. We have to drag you by the neck and force your face in a certain direction and say, look, this is what you were never meant to see. This is what you were never meant to know. This is what you were supposed to go from the cradle to the grave with this part of your mind siphoned off for good. For good. And that's the legacy that they intended for you to pass on to your children while they pass on a complete different legacy to their children. And that's the name of the game that's still going on. War. It's a war. White people never stop declaring war against black people. Never. And they never will. That's not a part of their itinerary. It's not a part of their agenda in life. Their agenda is control. There's a difference. And there are different ways to control. The best way to control is when you don't have to control at all. The best way to control is to put a program in play and have people subscribe to that program. So that once they're operating on that program, systems operation, once that systems operation is the operation that you need and want in it, Bill Gates has his hand up in your guts, they don't have to control you. The program does the control. And with AI, they really don't have to control you. The AI will control you now because they control the AI. That's a whole nother conversation about God on planet Earth, and who is really God, and who's playing God. And if they're God, then what the fuck does that make us? That don't even make you the devil. You ain't even powerful enough to be that. But y'all don't care. Y'all rather talk about Chris Brown dissing Quavo and J. Cole being dissed by a little bit of disrespect between Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole or whatever. Y'all don't care. One of the worst things in the world is to be a black person who cares and to see black people who don't give a fuck. It's a burden that it's a burden. So I say, look, if I got to carry that burden, at least let me get some enjoyment out of it. How do I get my enjoyment? By bringing productions to black people that I feel are long overdue. That's why I'm doing KEMETVILLE. That's why I did the short film, The Last Night of Asar. For those of you, matter of fact, we're about to take a commercial break. Real talk. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the trailer to my short film. Please go to my website, SHAKKA-AHMOSE.com, and watch the short film. You will enjoy it and you will appreciate it. Here you go. Let's hear it for The Last Night of Asar. You can go to KEMETVILLE.com or you can go to SHAKKA-AHMOSE.com. If you look at the trailer, which is on my YouTube channel, in the description, there's the link that will take you right to the website where you can go and watch the film, right? And all of the monies that are earned from the watching of the film, it goes into the fundraising for the next big project, which is the KEMETVILLE web series. So the film was just made to make people aware that there is a KEMETVILLE production team. We are doing work in the context of scripted series and scripted platforms for theatrical comedic productions. And I am at the center of it. I am at the forefront of it. I am the writer, producer, and director of it. And I'm very fortunate and blessed enough to be working with some great people for the first few seasons, or the first season of the comedic web series KEMETVILLE. So I'm very proud to have that going on, and there's a lot of work involved in it because we're going to be doing official crowdfunding, and that means I have to have products ready to give away and sell to raise the money to be able to produce it at the level in which it needs to be produced, because black people deserve stuff that they're not getting. It's like those people in the, the only person who cared enough to take you that route was Jada Pinkett. And while first of all, I didn't watch the Cleopatra production. I probably wouldn't watch it because historically, I'm too historically astute to watch things that I don't agree with. And so, but at least what I do respect, at least she had the guts to take you to the land and say, we have a story here to tell, it's ours. I think that story was told incorrectly and wrong because I'm historically literate and I know the story. I think it was told incorrect and wrong. But a more nuanced discussion should be had about that Cleopatra production. One day I might just watch it. I might just say, you know what, let me just watch it and see what the girl did. Doubt it. But I would love to work with her on KEMETVILLE. Oh, in a heartbeat. If she ever Jada, if you ever see this and you want to work with me on KEMETVILLE, you have an open invitation. Tell you that right now. In fact, any black person of means, resources that want to, and you don't have to be a celebrity. If you have means and resources and you want to see KEMETVILLE be a successful thing for young black kids to be able to watch and learn about their history at the same time, because the literature that we're going to be using for the script comes right out of the real literature. Like, this is some real special stuff that I'm doing. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'm gonna get back to the presentation. Right, here we go. Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now I ain't forgetting none of them. I'm not forgetting none of them. With his Nazrui. Them people, man. Soil magic. So. Damn, where do these stupid people come from? Yeah. So hold on a second. All right, we got a stupid person in the crowd. So we're gonna do this for the stupid person. Here we go. Hold on a second, guys. So hold on. Let's do this for the stupid person. Told you, stupid people, they exist and they come in every color and every flavor. When it comes to history, they're usually white. But yeah, white people, you will be shocked, are so historically illiterate. It's so. What are these Russian people? I'm asking the stupid person. What's his name? Nikalvi. Yeah, you do look like you watch anime TV, you fucking idiot. What are these people? If they get naked and they get undressed, what color are they? What race do they belong to? Are they part of the yellow race? Are they Chinese? Do they look like Confucius people? Do they look like they're Irish? Or do they look like they're Welsh people, Scottish people? Do they look like they're related to Sean Connery, you dumbass? Fuck out of here. Stupid. If you want to be stupid by choice, I have no problem with that. Just not here. We have more important things to discuss. You're banned from my... No, first I'm going to give you a chance to apologize. Right? I'm going to give you a chance to apologize. And if you don't apologize for saying something stupid, I'm just going to get you out of here. Let me see. Go ahead. I'm going to give you a few more seconds to apologize. If I don't see it, they're Sudanese, right? Yes. All right. They're Sudanese. Now look at what he said. He said they're Sudanese. Right? He said that they are Sudanese. Okay? I didn't say it. He said it. Now I'm going to show you something. And this is why I have no tolerance for stupid people. Okay? Hold on a second. He said that they're Sudanese. So you know what? Let me share my screen. Here we go. I'm going to let you watch me do this. So you stupid person, you said that they're Sudanese. Let's look at this. He said they're not black, they're Sudanese. And this is why I don't believe in that whole white high IQ thing. Watch this, right? Sudan. Let's go to the Sudan. Let's go to Wikipedia. Go to Wikipedia. Sudan, right? Hold on. Etymology. What does the etymology mean? I'm going to put this on my screen, you dumb fuck. Look, because I hate stupid people. Look at this. Sudan. The name derives from the Arabic Bilad as-Sudan, or the land of the blacks. You stupid motherfucker. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let me get you out of here. You stupid. I don't like stupid people, and I use profanity on my show. If you don't like it, go watch another one. You're stupid. Goodbye. Get out of here. Stupid. Yeah, nobody's twisting your words. You said Sudan, right? Land of the blacks. You stupid. Fucking idiot. Let me get this dude out of here. Nah, because they're a distraction. He's gone. If you come in here, first of all, I got white homies that come up in here all the time. They come up in my chat, but they're intelligent. I'm not saying they're intelligent because they agree with me. I'm saying they're intelligent because you could tell just by their conversation and by the things that they say. An intelligent white person will know what to disagree with. He said, don't ban them, make examples of them. But then he becomes a distraction. You understand what I'm saying? So he's stupid. He said they were Sudanese. So I said, okay, right? if they're Sudanese, and we go to see what the word Sudan means, it means black. So the thing is, every time we prove them wrong, they want to move the goalpost. No, I didn't mean that. You're twisting my words. No. At some point, we got to say, fuck you and get back to our business. You're not important. You don't matter. So let me get you out of here because you don't matter. Here we go. Let me see. Let me get him out of here. He doesn't matter. Goodbye. You don't matter. You're just a distraction. And you notice, I don't just ban white folks. If you say something stupid and you show me that you're just a distraction and your IQ is too low, you need to be on another channel, you're gone. I got too many super intelligent people in my chat and in my audience to cater to stupid people. We're not doing that on this channel. You're not coming. You want attention? Go someplace else. You're not getting attention here. We have to deal with stupid people all over the internet. All over the internet. People should come to my channel and have to deal with the same stupidness? Nah. Wrong person. Facts. Another deceiver. That's it. That's it. Because psychologically, it hurts them to think that we built pyramids. It hurts them to think that we gave math and science to the world. It physically hurts them, causes them to throw up to think that Black African people did that. It totally, they can't live with that. That is their innate white supremacy in them. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you, all white people are not like that. There are white people you will meet who will tell you in a heartbeat, the ancient Egyptians, the people of Kemet were black. Not the ancient Egyptians, because the ancient Egypt and Kemet are two different things. There is no ancient Egypt until 30 BCE with the advent of Roman Egypt. When Egypt becomes a province of Rome, that is the first time in history you get a country called Egypt. So don't call anything before that Egypt. In the Pyramid Age, there was no Egypt. When the hieroglyphics were being invented and used, there was no Egypt, right? During King Tut's time, there was no Egypt. In Ramesses' time, there was no Egypt. In Nefertari's time, there was no Egypt. Egypt is a late invention. You don't even get it mentioned in literature until Homer in the Odyssey in the mid 6th century BCE. By that time, Egypt, Kemet is on its way out. So we don't use terms like Egyptians or ancient Egyptians. No, because every time you do that, you'll make the word Egypt big and strong, and you make the word Kemet small. No, you got to take all the power away from that word Egypt. All the power. And Egypt ain't got nothing to do with this. See this? Egypt ain't got nothing to do with that. See the pyramid? See the Uset? Egypt ain't got nothing to do with none of that stuff. Egypt is a product of Rome. Greco-Roman culture. That's Egypt. Right? It's a late invention. It is a colonized situation. Period. You want to talk about Kemet? Then you talk about Tawi. You talk about Inejheb. Right? You talk about Tameri, right? You use those terms. You don't talk about no Egypt. Egypt ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't have nothing to do with Egypt. I mean, there are Black people in Egypt. God help them, because they got to deal with all that racism, right? You know they got to deal with all that racism, because even the Black people in Egypt tell you how racist they are.
Hey guys, so I've been running my Egyptian jewelry brand for about 3 years now, and if you've been following me on TikTok, you know that every time a TikTok goes viral where I mention that I'm Egyptian, I get a lot of hate. And it's I don't know, I'm laughing, it's not funny, it's serious. Yeah, I get a lot of hate, and it is from Egyptians telling me that I'm not Egyptian, which is fun. It's what everyone wants to hear. In the beginning, I used to get really upset. I didn't even know that we had a slur for Black people in Egypt before I started TikTok. Like, I lived such a naive life. I remember the first time somebody used the slur on me, I literally went to my mom and I thought they were calling me like zesty, like exotic. And I went to her and I was like, what does this mean? And she was like, oh. I was like, oh. The reason I do reply to these videos now is not to say I'm upset. And it's not out of anger or like being hurt or anything like that. It's more so that we can keep this conversation in the spotlight to show people that, yeah, racism is bad in Egypt. Like, it's really bad. Like, it's awful. So this is the thing. The racism I get is from Egyptians back home, not in the diaspora. But the Egyptians back home are well aware that Black Egyptians exist. They know about Nubians. They know about Aswan. Like, they know that darker skinned Egyptians are around, more so than Egyptians in the diaspora. But the thing is, we are not represented. They're used to seeing white Egyptians represent them, even on TikTok. And I have not seen Egyptians that look like me with a platform on TikTok. So when they see a dark-skinned Egyptian being successful and claiming to be Egyptian, no way. The audacity of this girl to try and claim that she's Egyptian, because we don't let people like you succeed. One time, somebody tried to apologize for the racism I experienced in Egypt by saying, but I mean, don't be upset about the racism. It's just because they don't expect Nubians to do well. Like, are we sure that's how we would apologize? So I'm just hoping by me continually bringing these videos to the spotlight, maybe other people can start talking about racism too that it is in Egypt, because I know that every single Egyptian is aware of the racism in Egypt. Not one Egyptian can come and tell me that there isn't racism in Egypt and it's not a huge problem, because they would be lying. For Ramadan? But yeah, so I'm gonna keep making these videos just to make sure that this conversation doesn't stop. And
yeah, so we don't fuck around on this channel, and I'm not gonna let the idiot come in and hijack the discussion, because we weren't talking about the blackness of ancient Kemet here. What we were talking about is these turncoat traitors, children of Satan in these Christian churches who call themselves pastors, elders, apostles, and every other thing under the sun. They are children of Satan because their whole existence, their whole psychological reality is based on deception, and they are historically illiterate. They can't carry a conversation with you about serious history. They're fucking stupid. Stupid to the tunes of millions and millions of dollars. Economically, they are smart and intelligent, but they're smart and intelligent when it comes to exploiting people. Sometimes I wish I was one of them. I wish I was one of them types of people that exploited people and say, fuck them, just get my money. I really wish I was one of those kind of people, because my life would be much easier. Oh, I said the other day, I told somebody the other day, if I woke up tomorrow and said, fuck black people, I'm just doing me, I could do anything. I can go back to school, get a degree, engineering or something, just live a life, go get a degree in marine biology, go study whales and dolphins and spend time in marinas and stuff, which, because I love being around water. You know, I love seafood too. So, you know, yeah, do anything. Go learn how to fix new cars, because everything is computer now. You know, learn that stuff. You know, like, screw them. But if I do that, I feel like all of those communities that I grew up in, those black people who took responsibility for our identity and for our minds, people like Stephen Biko, who gave his life in South Africa, people like Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who could have went and had an illustrious, prestigious career at any of these white universities, but he chose to dedicate his whole life, his whole career, to freeing our minds from the psychological chains of white supremacy and religious incarceration, spiritual incarceration. People like Professor James Small, who I just spoke to on the phone the other day, which I love hearing from him. I really genuinely do. He's really been although Professor James Small and I have not spent a lot of time together, he's probably one of the closest things I've had to a father figure in my adult life than a little bit. Real talk. Even people like Professor Walter Williams, who, you know, I don't agree with everything Walter Williams says, but he's been a father figure, because these are the men who respected my mind and addressed me as such, right? Treated me as such. And so, and they are men who I respect and admire because of their own acumen, their own intellectual acumen that they've applied to understanding things on behalf of, you gotta remember, when we understand these things, it's not always understanding it for our own selfish reasons. We're trying to understand it because we figure, well, sister over here is raising a family and she ain't got time to do the study, so let me do the research for her. Brother over here is trying to take care of the family. He ain't got time, so let me do it for him. But in that lane, you got to remember, if we're doing this research so that you can go ahead and take care of the families, and we bring the research to you, then you got to make sure our families are okay. That's why when we're doing this, you got to hit that Cash App. You got to hit that PayPal. You got to be like, okay, that way we all make sure each other is okay. I got you over here. I'm making sure nobody can get over on you with the 1-2 punch in the brain. You make sure, you know, we could keep our lights on, keep our computer on, keep food in the fridge, and we ain't out in the street talking about Hey, remember when I used to be on YouTube? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So, but that's the way it works. That's the way it's supposed to work. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. So, oh, look at that. See, that was beautiful, right? I want to support her channel. What is her channel? I thought that's beautiful. The mere fact that I played that here and it inspired you to do that, I love that. I love that. That gives me goosebumps, right? Because that's real time energy moving and flowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was dope. I appreciate DL. You really made me feel good about that, man. That I inspired you to want to do that by you seeing her, you know. But that's important. You know, I'm gonna give y'all one more from that.
I'm here, black.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'm from Egypt. I'm all Egyptian.
Okay.
I'm from Aswan. So I'm all Egyptian Aswan, like black color.
Period. That's just what it is. You ain't gotta like it. Facts over feelings.
I think it's correct. We all before are black. Yeah, that's my opinion. We all are black before.
So you agree that the true pharaonic?
Yeah.
Okay.
The real the new color is black.
Thank you.
They'll tell you. Go to Kemet. The original people of Kemet of Egypt were black. The dynastic Egyptians, so-called, were black. Hey guys, I'm not up here to prove that. If I got to prove that to you, you don't need to be on this channel because we way past that. Okay? I would block everyone if I was rinsed up. To me. Public enemy wanted you for you something else. Public enemy wanted to eat him alive, man. Yo. I got to snapshot that. Yeah, I knew you would come. When you gonna come on my platform? I've been coming on yours. You don't come on mine. He don't even pick up the phone when I call. He only pick up the phone when he want me to come through. That's it. That's true. All right. You have been a father, and you'll always. Nah, bro. You my brother though. You'll always be my brother, no matter what. And if you noticed, even when I was lambasting the pastor, I didn't really throw something under the bus like that, only because number one, it's not constructive for for our platforms to be beefing with each other. I just wanted to clear the air about what actually happened. That's important. More so because of the deception and pressure that Pastor Bennett put on Sarnetta in order for him to, I'm giving Sarnetta a little bit of leeway, right? Even though he shouldn't have done that. It was wrong for him to do that. But you got to put the original sin with the original sin. The original sin was Pastor Bennett coming in trying to deceive people about me and about that quote by Carter G. Woodson. My thing is, okay, if you're going to lie on me, lie on me. You want to lie on Jabari, lie on Jabari. But how the hell you going to lie on Carter G. Woodson? The man is in the ground, in the grave, and you try to use his own work to deceive black people? You a special kind of evil, Pastor Bennett. You a special kind. You one of Satan's favorites. I know that. Pastor Bennett, you are one of Satan's favorites. No question about it. No question in my mind. Just the way you move, like how you had tried to maneuver that whole thing, and then on top of that, you try. Right? I ain't heard from you since this. I haven't heard from you in a month, dude. Last time I talked to you was on your birthday. You were supposed to call me, and you ain't even call me. You was like, that's all right. That's cool. That's all right. That's all right. But I wanted people to know what actually happened and the level of deception that these Christians engage in. My thing is, how are you going to lie on Carter G. Woodson? What did he do to you? But you got to understand something when it comes to Christianity. For them, there is no limit when it comes to lying on behalf of Jesus and lying on behalf of the Bible. I'm fascinated by them because they are a community of professional liars. And I'm fascinated by them. You ever see somebody do some shit and you just stand there across the street and you just look at them like, really? So that's what you're doing? That's what we're doing now? That's how I look at pastors. I look at them like, really? In 2024, with all this knowledge that we have now, with all of this knowledge about the past, there's no mystery about how Christianity came about. There's no mystery about whether or not if he existed. There's no mystery about where all of those ideas came from about him being God and the Son of God. There's no mystery. That stuff hasn't been a mystery since the 1950s. Really, since the 19th century. If you really want to be honest, that stuff stopped being. Why do you think Gerald Massey and Alvin Boyd Kuhn and all these people were writing all their books? Yeah, they got a lot of things wrong. So you got to be careful with a film like Zeitgeist. This is not Zeitgeist. We're not talking about the mistakes that were made in Zeitgeist. We're talking about real scholarship, real facts, objective reality. So, you know, don't play those kind of games, right? And you still playing the games. But I'm going to tell the black church something that they need to know. I have always said, I'm going to say two things. One, you need to know, in some context, I'm coming for you, right? I'm going to tell you that right now. In some context or another, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you because I was once that black kid sitting in the church being subjected to all of that bullshit, not realizing that there were greater casualties taking place throughout our communities because of you. How you going to be in the middle of our communities, but you produce no institutions that trains good husbands to be good husbands, and you have no wife training programs for black females to be good wives to their husbands, and yet you claim to represent biblical teachings? Where are your institutions that you have supplanted in the black, that you have planted throughout the black community, that, because we made you? Where the money coming from? Where do you think your congregation live? In white communities? Your congregation does not live in Asian communities or white communities. Your congregation lives in black communities. Therefore, with the tithes that they give you, you should reciprocate and be the carrier of grace in the hand of the Lord and take those resources and build up their communities. I will always respect Reverend Floyd Flake from Queens, New York. I think I have his name right. He used to be a senator, I think, or in the House of Representatives. But this man and he's not the only pastor. I don't want you to think, see, look, one of these, right now I'm riding on the black church, so I can't say anything good about them. I do have good things to say about them, but that has to be at another time and under other circumstances. I was the beneficiary of some of the things black churches did when I was growing up. They used to create these daycare centers in Brooklyn, really nice ones that I went to, that I enjoyed and that I loved. I would not have had that experience if the black church had not taken that money and put it to good use for the people in their community. That was in the 1970s. I don't know what black churches do today to express that love and care, that Christ love and care for the black community. What are you doing with your resources to show that? So our children are living in that love. That would inspire us to want to come to church. That would inspire us to want to get to know the deity of your cult. Maybe even to join your cult. Call it what it is, right? And don't tell me, hold on. I don't know if you're talking to me. Do not follow the voice in the desert. But this is not a discussion about whether or not if God exists, right? Maybe you're talking to somebody else. But and if you get out of hand, I will exit you out of here. But just for the record, so people need to, if people want to know, I really talk about my personal beliefs. All right. But this is how I look at it, very simply. I'm not an atheist. I don't need a Bible to tell me anything about God. And there is no God in the Bible that can actually take the place of God. I'm not stupid. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I think atheists are people that don't really understand the question. Atheists think that because they reject the God of the Bible, they therefore reject the concept of God. If you can't separate those two subject matters, you're not as intelligent as you think you are. Period. Me saying I don't believe in God is like saying I don't believe we have a creator. I believe that creation starts at a certain point, and that's just what it does. I also believe that there are some things or something that is uncreated, that is not created. It simply exists, has always existed, always will. This is what you call eternity. If you can't understand the concept, then you don't understand in what language you should be speaking. These are deep ideas. Not really that deep. They just require some observation. So in any event, yeah, I'm not an atheist. If somebody has to prove to you that God exists, you're not intelligent enough to understand the concept of God. And it really ain't rocket science. It's not. It's not rocket science, you know? So let me get back to my presentation so I can finish out. And I'm going to treat myself to some seafood today because I did a good job. I did, right? So let's get back to this evil Pastor Bennett. Sonetta showed up. They don't even have the decency to call me, right? Until he feel his channel need me. Then I get a call, right? So, and I like, sorry, you see this part? Sorry, you should not have added your injectors while Shakka wasn't done. You should have let Shakka do his thing. You could teach what you learned after their conversation. And that's facts. That's why I flipped on you, because you was interrupting my ride on their behalf. Everything you did was behalf on protecting them pastors. I'm like, well, nigga, well, brother, if you was going to do that, you should have told me that. I would have just said, nah, I'm good, right? So remember, deceit as a trait of satanic behavior. Revelation 12:9, Satan, the deceiver of the whole world, right? If it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Who? The false Christ, the Antichrist. They shall deceive the very elect. That's Pastor Bennett. Went out of his way to deceive you on more than one topic. On more than one topic. Not just about how my research methodology is, but whether or not if the quote was in the book, whether or not if I quoted it correctly, whether or not if I got it from the internet, whether or not if it, everything was a deception, whether or not it should be left in the video, whether or not if we should stop discussing it so that people wouldn't know what happened. Everything he did, he deceived on every, if he was an octopus with all of those arms, you could put a deceit paintbrush in each one of those arms to show you how many different angles he tried to deceive from so that people, so his career would not be destroyed. Because I destroyed your motherfucking career with this, Pastor Bennett. You will never be believed again, ever, under any circumstances. Because I've shown you to be the child of Satan that you are. Tried to put false words in, or tried to misrepresent and deceive about what Carter G. Woodson actually said when it was on page 1 of the book, and you ran with your deceiving, lying self to the back of the book, fool. I have no respect for you. None. Zero. You've earned none. You're a little boy pretending to be a man. Facts over feelings. That's what just happened. Facts over feelings, bruh. Real talk. With that said, and that concludes my first facts over feelings presentation. For those of you who have been offended by some of the language that I use, please forgive me. I do sometimes get excited, or passionate, rather, the term, about it's the level of offensiveness that I feel with the mind games and child games that grown-ups still play in 2024. Why are you still trying to play with black people's minds? Don't we have enough of that with Fox News? Don't we have enough of that with the Republican Party and the Democratic Party? Don't we have enough of that with the LGBTQ? Don't we have enough of that with everybody who has an agenda that feel that they need to exploit black people's minds so that their agenda can get carried forward? And they need to include the color of our skin in their argument. At some point, somebody got to come along and say, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. This is about us, our families, and our children. Now, we have no say over the choices our children make. If our children decide they want to become a part and they want to graft themselves onto other agendas, that's fine. But when you do that, you lose the right to speak for this family. You forfeit that right because you've placed your priority on something else, right? So if your priority is not on this, I don't want to hear about your sexuality. If your priority is not on this, I don't want to hear about your politics. If your priority, because everything that happened to us in this country happened to us based on this, the color of our skin. Not our religion, not our sexuality, none of that stuff. So I don't care about your sexuality. I don't care about your religion. None of that shit means nothing to me. I care about this. This is what we persecuted for. When they lynched us from these trees, get the book, Strange Fruit. No, what's it called? I have it up here too. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get it just so you can get the point. I really want you to get the point. Where's it at? Do I have that book? I know I do somewhere. That was a book that I made sure I kept. At least I think I did. I hope I did. Oh, it's not there. What's the name of that book? Oh, you lucky. Oh, here it is right here. Without Sanctuary. Boom. Yeah. Right? Here we go. Yes. Let me leave that out. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, sometimes I gotta dig into my personal archives, people. Don't panic, I'm still here. Don't you all panic. Boom. All right. Here we go. Back to the good people, because the people are good. The people are good to me. Right? Remember, folks, this is not a free presentation. Find your way to the Cash App that is posted at the top of the YouTube chat, and you can express your gratitude, for which I am highly appreciative. This book, Without Sanctuary. So you need to remind Matt Walsh and what's his name? Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. Right? See that? They didn't do that to us. They didn't do that to us because of our religion. They didn't do that to us because of our sexuality. All right? This is the real. This is the real. Okay? Yeah, we were the Palestinians in America. Okay? Don't get me wrong. We wasn't the only Palestinians in America. But because the natives caught it bad too. And I ain't getting into all of that. We are the natives and all that dumb shit. I'm the wrong one. Right? Here's another one. That's what they used to do to us. Here you go. So you can see that. This is everyday life in Black America. That's how we left this earth. See that? So when y'all want to use the word nigga in your rap songs, remember that word was the last word many of us heard before we left this planet. See that? And they used to make postcards out of them. White America, that's who you are. And you're still that. You are still that. And you think you don't owe Black people reparations when this is what you did to us on a daily basis for shit well over a century? You got to be out your mind. You got to be out your mind. Right? Come on, white folks. Let's get with it. Since y'all want to be so, come on, this is our history with you. This is your history with us, white folks. This is what we live through regularly. That's what white folks did in America at their favorite pastime. Right? At their favorite pastime. Come on, America. You mad at critical race theory, right? Hey, DeSantis in Florida. Why don't you make Without Sanctuary one of the textbooks in your class? So we can see what how white America really feels about Black people. Because that's not Africa. That's America. That's the South. Right there. That's a daily occurrence for us. My mother's from South Carolina. My father's from Louisiana. Right? It's in my blood. Okay? There you go. Here's some more. There you go, white America. That's you. That's what you did to black people on a regular, like it was nothing. See that? That's who you are. Even you white people on Good Morning America and all of these talk show hosts. This is the history of white people in America. Okay? Let's keep it 100. Right? This is y'all how y'all do us. Okay? No judge, no jury, no trial. Just this. Y'all care about that life? Y'all care that man got kids to come home to? Ain't that how y'all do us, white America? These weren't criminals. Ain't nobody I'm showing you a criminal. You know what his crime was? It wasn't being a Christian. I can tell you that much. That wasn't his crime. His crime wasn't being gay. Nah, you want to see that again? There you go. All right? There you go. All these YouTube videos. How come we ain't done one on Without Sanctuary? Come on, white America. Baseball, apple pies, Chevrolet. Come on, Matt Walsh. Alex Jones. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no. Remember they used to burn us and do it? Remember this? I think you burned them alive. Cut off pieces, keep them as souvenirs. We know the history of this country. And we ain't forgetting. If Jews don't forget World War II and Nazis, why should we forget our Nazis? See that? There you go. You used to stand around and take pictures. It was like a party for y'all. To destroy us. That's the history of white America. And this is after the Civil War. So don't tell me about white people fought for the Civil War to free slaves. Oh, you fought to free the slaves just so you could kill them later. So, come on. We're keeping it 100. Right? What, were they gangster rappers or something? Huh? Or did they just walk into the wrong part of town? You think we forgot about Yusef Hawkins? Eleanor Bumpers? None of that. We ain't forget none of that stuff. Come on, man. You know? This is the history. Can't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. White America. That's your history. That's probably why you don't like critical race theory. Because you don't want little white children to feel bad about what their people did. We got receipts. We got receipts, homie. And it's pages more. Right? We got receipts, homie. That's white America. There you go. Okay? There you go. So don't tell me about Jesus. This man got crucified right here. Right? We got a long tradition of being crucified. Okay? So, yeah. Yeah. Yep. I'll do one or two more, then I'm done. Sometimes you wanted to get 2 for 1, right? That's white America. Don't hide behind your suits, your Wall Street, your Hollywood movie stars. Don't hide behind all that shit. This is the real deal. Don't try to impress me with Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. Don't impress me with none of that shit. Don't impress me with Donald Trump or the Democratic Party. Don't impress me with none of that shit. Don't even impress me with Joe Biden. Don't impress me with none of that shit. Don't impress me with none of that. This is the history, partner. Yeah, look at them white faces down there. That's white Christianity right there. See that? Them good white Christians. There you go. Okay. Let's keep it 100. There you go. And look at the girl. See her smiling? Where's she at? Y'all want to marry them. See her smiling? Huh? Look at that. Yeah. This is the truth. Truth, you don't like the truth? You find the truth unattractive? Huh? Yeah. There's more. Yeah. So you don't want to teach critical race theory. Why not? Hey, DeSantis, why you don't want to teach critical race theory? Tell me why. I'm curious. You want to see that? YouTube ain't going to like it. I already know that. Right? Let's get the book, Without Sanctuary. There it is. See that? Without Sanctuary. Here you go. Yeah. Without Sanctuary. It's probably backwards, but yeah. Okay. So there you go. And there were more pictures. I didn't show them all. So I don't know why I just felt like doing that, but I just, these pastors, see the pastors are the people that want to go along to get along. Right? They want to be friends with everybody. They want to be a part of. They want to get a piece of the pie. Right? What did Malcolm X say about the field slave and the house slave? That part. Right? So, yeah. I am as historically conscious about Black grievances as Jewish people are about Jewish grievances, or Native Americans are about Native American grievances. I just put mine first. That's all, because I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to wait for somebody else to put it first? No, I put mine first. Toil in my own vineyard. Right? Don't make the same mistake twice, which is getting caught up in somebody else's vineyard. Right? That's what the Bible accused us of. Cursed be Canaan for not toiling in your own vineyard. Yeah. Facts. Woo. Hey, yo. Facts. This part right here. Facts. Yes. It was screw you and lynch you on the same day. So, this is not about, I'm not like, I hate white people. That's not what this is about. If I can't tell my truth without you getting defensive, then fuck you. Period. If I can't talk the truth about what happened to us and why we have to move a certain way, why we have to think a certain way, and why we have to do certain practices, then screw you. I'm not about hating anybody, because hating anybody doesn't solve any of that. In fact, hate is what brought that about. So hate is not going to fix that. You understand what I'm saying? But neither is denial. Neither is religious escape. Right? None of that stuff fixes any of that. Right? Black people have been broken down to a level that they themselves don't understand. The average Black person that you meet, driving in a car, on social media, doing a live or a short, doesn't know the first thing about reality or life or how things came to be the way they came to be. Why? Because America does not place a premium on history for a reason. There's a reason why they are so there's so much animist towards critical race theory. My thing is, school with a critical race theory. Just teach history the way it actually happened. Say, look, let's talk about some stuff that happened. This is not good, but we need to talk about it to make sure it doesn't happen again. All right, cool. And then you talk about it. And that's it. If you got to make it something special and specialized, it shows that you're still trying to marginalize it. Because as long as it's in its own lane, it could be marginalized. But when you bring it front and center and just make it inclusive, you don't need critical race theory for that. Just tell people what happened. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Now, my thing is this. I don't think that the public schools need to do that. I think Black families need to take some responsibility and accountability for telling our own history and making sure our children know it, see it, grow up with it, are smothered and permeated by it and with it through and through. That's what I think. Because if you don't, then it's going to end up as fodder for somebody else's culture and somebody else's program and plan. That's it. So, welcome to the marketplace of ideas. We don't teach hate. We just teach facts over feelings. That's it. Facts over feelings. You know, I'll probably end up going hang out with one of my white homies later. And we probably going to debate and talk shit and scream and yell at each other like we always do. And that's it. You know, I call him names. He called me names. And then we go get something to eat. That's life. Life is strange like that. You know, life is strange like that. You know, and why do I say that? Don't none of my black homies check for me. Do you think my black homies call me and be like, hey, Shaka, how you doing? I want to come see you with it. No, none, not one. When I was in Florida, maybe, yeah. But here, nah. That's not true. I do have one, Joe Isla, but I don't consider him a friend. That's family. That's KEMETVILLE family. So once you're part of the KEMETVILLE family, I don't consider you a friend. You fam, that's family. Anybody that's trying to see KEMETVILLE win, that's family. Period. If you really trying to see KEMETVILLE win, you like, yo, Shaka, I got you. That's family status. Period. That's how I roll. So what am I gonna say? I'm gonna make my exit out of here, but with what? I gotta start loading up some new exits. But you know, I mean, look,
we can't admit that all those wonderful things that we got from Egypt came from black people. If you admit that, then you cannot continue to support the myth of white superiority. So we simply move Egypt into the Middle East so that we don't have to admit that we got all those wonderful things from black people.
Yeah, so that's for the stupid people in the audience who think we just sit around making stuff up. You know? But my thing is, you know, why do white people have to be the arbiter of truth? If Sheikh Anta Diop said it, that should be enough. If Dr. Ben said it, that should be enough. If William Leo Hansberry said it, that should be enough. Frank Snowden, fuck him. Most of y'all don't know who that is, but good. I'm glad you don't. He should have been married to Mary Lefkowitz because he practically was. So, you know, it is what it is, people. And that's it. KEMETVILLE, the web series. See the t-shirt? make sure you go to SHAKKA-AHMOSE.com so you can get your t-shirt. Okay. For those of you who couldn't find it, I'm gonna do the one last thing and then I'm out of here. Cause I earned my breakfast today. I haven't had breakfast yet. I made sure I came here and I earned it first. That way I can feel better about eating it when I eat. You know, I did good work and go eat. And I think every day should be like that. You know, at least for me, I think every day should be like that. So, real talk. That's KEMETVILLE. That was the trailer. That's the trailer. It's a trailer / intro for the web series KEMETVILLE. And I'm really looking forward to just getting that on. For those of you who want the link, I'm making it available for you. It's $SHAKKA-AHMOSE. The link is in the chat so that you can just show your support for the platform. And my every effort really is to show up on a regular basis, consistently, as often as I possibly can. I don't know what that's going to look like, and I won't know until I'm actually doing it, and you're seeing me on a regular basis, and you're seeing me consistently. That's when I'll know. That's when I can say, okay, yeah, I got this, you know, because I really want this YouTube channel to succeed. More because more because I want KEMETVILLE to succeed more than anything else, right? I want that to succeed more than anything else. And, you know, it's going to take a lot of work, you know? Okay. 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 So I think that I answered the question. I teach a whole course. This is what do not follow a voice in the desert. But I like that. Just that concept. Do not follow a voice in the desert. Right? It says you are historically, we have 700 years of slavery. 16 white countries suffered at the hands of a genocidal empire. They suffered about 400 genocides from the empire alone. Yeah, I mean, white people have definitely, absolutely been enslaved. The word slave comes from Slav. So we know that they were the poster children for slavery. Even as far back as ancient Kemet, they were enslaved by black people in Kemet. But I teach a whole course on it. Just go to my website, SHAKKA-AHMOSE.com, and you'll see where it says courses. I teach a course called Black Masters, White Slaves. And I document for you that experience, right? A lot of black people have issues with it. I don't care, you know? Sometimes white people need to be reminded, yes, you were once our slaves for a very long time, you know? And in fact, everything you learned about the slave trade, you pretty much learned from us. So, you know, a lot of people don't like that. We're not going to get reparations. Shut up, your dumbass. Reparations ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, reparations is due simply because reparations is due, because the byproduct of the outcome of it is still being profited from. So as long as that profit is still present, yeah, you got a case, you know. So with that, yeah, so with that, I think that's it, folks. What's wrong with acting in your own self-interest? I like that. Yeah, what's wrong with acting in your own self-interest? Ain't that what they doing? But see, black people can't act in their own self-interest because they're divorced from themselves through this process. Facts. Everybody is, look, black people are the original social media audience. Why? What is the #1 capital when it comes to the social media audience? Attention, which means we live in an attention economy. If we live in an attention economy, that means that everybody in the marketplace is vying for your attention, right? If your attention cannot be protected, that means your attention span is going to be carved up into little pieces because everybody's trying to get a piece of it, right? Well, that happened to black people before the advent of the internet and social media. Your mind and your brain got carved up because in order to keep you in the position that you're in economically, certain people needed to vie for your attention. Why? Because you didn't just start being a consumer. You've been a consumer ever since you came off that plantation. Ever since you came off that plantation, you were a consumer, right? So, you know, the people who were really vying for it were the churches. Where do you think all these denominations came from? Everybody want a piece of your. Everybody want a piece of your. Yeah, that's why all these denominations existed. All these different denominations exist because the only way you can get a piece of the pie is you got to innovate your platform. Say, okay, I got to offer something different because they filled up over here already. They got this on lock. So we're going to come over here and put a twist on it. So now we get more resources flow. So look, everything on this planet is about resources. Anybody that tries to give you a pretext for an ideology outside of resources is lying to you. They have no respect for your intelligence, and they know that you're historically illiterate. And the number one culprit of that, the number two culprits of that, politicians and clergy. Not in that order. I would put clergy first, then politicians. Clergy is worse than politicians. Why? Because they are the original politicians. That's why. Uncle Justin, that piece, I love you all. The next one is going to get really interesting. People are always asking, well, what did the Kemetic community do for the black community? What did the Kemites do for the black community? I'm going to show you. Apparently, you need to know. There are a lot of things we need to talk about that I don't see people talking about on other channels. And I'm like, well, Shaka, you can't blame. I always say when I point the finger, I got three pointing back at me. You know? I hope Jonathan Majors gets back on. I'm glad that he's with Megan Good. You know, why did I bring that up? Because Jonathan Majors inspired me to actually do KEMETVILLE. When I saw his performance that he gave in The Harder They Fall, at the end, that performance between him and Idris Elba, I was so moved by that scene. I said, man, if black people are capable of that kind of acting, then they're ready for KEMETVILLE. And that's what inspired me. So I was really disappointed when all that stuff happened with that woman who just happened to be white. But for him to be talking about Coretta Scott King and all this other stuff, apparently he doesn't know about Martin's issues with white females. So, and that's no disrespect to Martin. He probably would have laughed at that. I would hope so. And there's no disrespect to Coretta or to the King family, who I have great respect for. And that's it. You know, sometimes I get so into you guys, I don't want to leave and say goodbye. So let me just see if there's anything else around here that would make me want to hang out for a few more minutes and just kick it with you guys. Nothing that I can see. Okay, another dumb person. Okay. It doesn't matter if ancient Egyptian mummy DNA. First of all, the ancient Egyptian money. All right, let me talk to the stupid person here. All right, this is a dumb person. All right, you can always tell a dumb person about what they say. The ancient Egyptian mummies DNA matches the ancient people's event. They aren't black. Okay, so you're stupid. The reason you're stupid is because that study was debunked at Harvard the same year it came out. Dr. Christopher Ehret debunked it at Harvard. So because you don't study and because you don't know that, you don't even understand why that study was debunked. You're just a stupid person that parrots things that you've heard, right? So, and matter of fact, I'll give you the 411 on it right now. Give me a sec. I'll bring it up for you. I mean, stupid people can't help themselves. They just need to be heard. You know, I get it. You know, I understand it. You know, you need to feel like you know something that you don't because you're stupid. It's not your fault you're stupid, but bottom line is you are, and that's really all that matters. And I'm not shy to tell you, where's my... No, wait, don't tell me I took it out of here. Here it is right here. All right, cool. All right, so let me get this for you right here, right? So this is commentary. What the hell? Why'd you do that? Like, My PowerPoint just decided it wanted to act stupid. Like I wasn't doing that. I literally put it up here. Here we go. All right, cool. All right, so let me share this for you. All right, and a stupid person who said this in my chat, I want you to watch what I'm gonna show you. Okay. I just tell it like it is. If you're gonna say something and you're not willing to do the research to know if you're correct or not, you deserve to be called stupid. Period. Especially if you're gonna stand on it. Right? Here we go. All right. Here you go. Move that so you can see this. Let's see what God said about that study. Right? That study that showed what you said. Dumbass. Right? This is the study right here. Okay? Ancient Egyptian mummy genome suggests an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman periods. In this study, they spoke about the genomes of the mummies that they took being traced back to Turkey, or to the Levant, basically, to the Levantine region, all the way back to Turkey as well. Right? Now, UCLA distinguished research professor debunks false interpretation of Nature Communications so-called mummy study at Harvard University Symposium. Dr. Christopher Ehret, PhD, distinguished research professor, University of California, Los Angeles. He said, the finds date well after the foundational periods of ancient Egypt, which means you're talking about foreigners, okay? Some of you may have seen or heard about a recent genetics article that, this is a quote of him talking, that makes the ancient Egyptians out to be Levantines. That's what you said, fool. Let me be very clear. These findings come from one locale in a large stretch of possible locales in northern Egypt, and the finds date well after the foundational periods of ancient Egypt. It's somewhat as if, rather than investigating DNA from a 17th century cemetery in Plymouth, we instead choose to investigate DNA from a later 19th century cemetery in South Boston. And then we conclude, having done that the United States was founded by people of Irish descent and that Americans were or are predominantly Irish. That isn't necessarily how the writers of the article meant it to be interpreted, but that's certainly the way I've had people interpreting it to me. Even someone with a Coptic last name, from the sound of things, berating me for being such a terrible human being all these years, for my whole career, for even having thought of Egypt as being African. There is a deeper problem here. So number one, not only did he debunk the study, you idiot, that was debunked in 2017 at Harvard. But you're gonna come in my chat at 24 and talk about a study, so-called study, that was already debunked at the university level. Your mother's a moron and your father's a moron because they gave birth to a moron. A female cow and a male cow produces a cow. A female whale and a male whale produces a little whale. So if you're a moron, you had to be produced by a female moron and a male moron. So don't be insulted. Blame it on your genetics, you idiot. Coming in my chat with that. Yes, I am disrespectful. It gets better. No, I'm not disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful at all. I respect stupidity with the same kind of ignorance it presents itself in. So I'm actually very respectful. I'm very respectful. If you open your mouth and you say something disrespectful and you try to make it sound like it's based in science, you're being disrespectful. You're being disrespectful. Period. You're being disrespectful. Facts. Truth hurts. That's what you feel disrespected by, the truth. You come into my chat without doing research and you want to base your racism in and make it sound scientific when you don't even have a handle on the science. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Your mother's an idiot and your father's an idiot. How do I know that? Because they gave birth to one. And you're still in my chat saying stupid stuff. Let me put your stupidity for people to see. My nation has had interaction with them for millennia. I live near Israel. So what? Also, there's a non-debunked study from 2022. Well, you didn't post it. Post it so we can show how that was also debunked. Look, let me explain something to you, stupid. Because you're a stupid person. Do not follow it. Let me explain something to you, stupid person. Studies don't change facts. You saw those images that I showed you? Let me show you something so you can see this real fast. Because you are a stupid person, right? Hold on a second. Okay, yeah. Is it there? Yeah, it's right there. Let me show you this, you dummy. I call you what you are. I call people what they are. I'm not being disrespectful. If you were speaking intelligently, I would address you intelligently. Do you see this? No study in the world could change these people from what they are. No study in the world. In America, these are classified as black people. In Europe, these are classified as black people. So they stop being classified as black people when it comes to you and your stupid little studies? You're an idiot, and we're supposed to bend down to your idiocy and entertain you and give you attention? Get the, man, if you don't get out of my chat, let me get you out of here. Because you're just a distraction that wants attention. Goodbye, stupid. You're stupid, and your mama's stupid, and your father's stupid. How do I know? Yeah, oh, I got worse language than this. I'm born in Brooklyn, and I'm raised in the Bronx and Harlem. Bro, it gets much worse. Trust me. It gets worse on levels you don't even understand. So, you know, just trust me on this one. You know? Just be happy we ain't in another situation where I might decide I want to catch some wreck. Because I really just don't have no patience for stupid people. You know? Hold on. Now watch this. Okay, somebody asked me earlier to make an example of him, of people like this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make an example of the asshole. Hold on one second. Right? Matter of fact, I'm not gonna even use that one. Here you go. I'm gonna use this one right here. Because you're stupid. Right? Here we go. Hold on. I got you. Wait right there. Be patient. I'm gonna be right with you, fam. Here you go. You stupid person. Look at, I want you to see what he said. So the light-skinned Egyptian murals are European people? Well, let's look at some of those. Let's look at some of those murals on the walls of Egypt. We're gonna look at it right now, since you're so stupid. Okay? This is what I mean about this. See, now this is a racist that you're talking to. You got to be able to spot them, right? This is a racist. I have no patience for them. So are these the people you're talking about? Stupid. Do you see this crack in the relief? It's called, it's a real mural. You dumbass. Are these the light-skinned people you're talking about? Huh? I'm asking you, since you want to come in my chat and talk shit, are these the light-skinned people you're talking about? See, let me explain something to you. You have a psychological problem, and you want us to engage you in your psychosis. Your psychosis thinks that we are somehow supposed to give deference to your fantasies about what ancient Kemet was. You have fantasies about ancient Kemet, and you think that, hold on, that's not the people I'm talking. You pick. But hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. You said there are thousands of whites. Let me show you this fool. So hold on. That's not the people I'm talking about. You pick only what you want. There are thousands of whites. Well, first of all, if they weren't black, I should be able to pick no black murals at all. But see, like I said, you like to move the goalpost of the conversation. You want to have one conversation 1 minute, they weren't black. Then when we show that they're black, you want to have another conversation. Get the fuck out of my chat. I'm not even going to entertain you anymore. Because you're not an honest broker in the discussion. I only have discussions with honest people. You're gone. Okay? You're gone. You get no more attention. because you don't even know how to have an honest discussion. When you say 2 + 2 is 3, and then I come and prove 2 + 2 is 4, then you want to discuss 1 + 5 is whatever. You don't want to say, oh, my bad, I was wrong. I should have reworded what I said. No, you're not honest people. Black people don't need to, really, to me, I look at you like, honestly, if you really knew how I looked at you, I look at you as insects, if you really want to know. Why? Because I notice how you look at us. And I believe what Marcus Garvey said, respect those who respect you, disrespect those who disrespect you. And I'm all about that disrespect. That's why I go at the black church the way I do. They are a bastion of Satanism, period. And they are sick. Black people walking into a Christian church are a sick group of people, period. I don't care if they're in Ethiopia. If you watch TikTok videos and you look at I watch a lot of TikTok videos. I like to see black people in other countries, especially the girls, the women, the females. Love it. And when you look at places like Ethiopia and Brazil, why they always got that white Jesus on the wall with the white Mary? I mean, first of all, you end the video shaking your butt, showing your body, doing all of this stuff, seducing men, right? But then you got a crucifix on your neck and a white Jesus on your wall. You people are sick. I'm not sick for watching you. I'm a man in my nature, being a man. One thing I don't do is I don't deny my nature. I am what I am. I don't deny my nature. I try to get to know it as much as I can, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so sometimes I'm even ashamed of myself sometimes because I'm like, okay, that's a bit too much indulgence, Shaka. But I firmly believe in that because all of that is truth. Everything about us is not good. And as long as you run through life with the delusion that everything about you is supposed to be good, you are really going to open up yourself to real evil because you're always going to rely on the opportunity to blame it on some outside force that you call the devil or Satan. No, it's you. All the evil in your life that you've done, Satan ain't got nothing to do with that. That was you. Take responsibility for it. Be held accountable for it. And I'm not saying be held accountable by anybody else. Screw other people holding you accountable. You don't owe anybody anything. You don't owe anybody to tell them the truth about your innermost dynamics. Nobody does. They pretend to. Nobody does. And you don't owe that to anybody. Don't ever let anybody think that you owe the world a confession about what your real thoughts are or your real feelings are. You don't owe that to anybody. What you do owe is don't ever intentionally harm another person. I don't care who they are. The only time you should intentionally harm someone else is when they really, really have left you no other option. And then you should do it effectively, surgically. No question about it. Like, they should believe that a human being couldn't even move like that and strike with that kind of power. They should believe that when you are done. But other than that, you should not ever intentionally look. I argue, like I told you, I got a white tenant. He made a black joke the other day that really pissed me off. I thought it was disrespectful as well. I wanted to knock him out, but no, hell no. It's uncalled for, it's uncivilized, and it's just not acceptable. You check him. And I did. I was like, yo, nope, not that, not here. Nope, let's change the subject. Or if you don't know how to tell, if you don't know which race jokes to tell, leave it alone. You're not ready for that. I got white jokes that I tell white people sometimes, but the certain white jokes I'm not going to tell them because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Why can't I just be funny and be humorous? Why? Intelligence, humor is supposed to be about wit. It's supposed to be about irony and wit. You should be able to tell a good race joke without disparaging and genuinely denigrating somebody. If you can't do that, don't tell the joke. Because at the end of the day, that's a human being still standing there. You know, I had to tell some people, especially white boys with their race jokes, I had to remind them, look, to you, that's a joke. You got to understand that what you just said, joking or not, because it deals in terms of color, that applies to my mother, my daughter, my sister, my grandmother. Now, are you sitting here trying to tell me that I'm supposed to let you insult the goddesses in my life and I'm not supposed to do nothing to you? I'm not supposed to at least check you? No, you go and get checked. And if you're feeling uncomfortable for a few days, good. You think twice before you do it again. Because, you know, the next time is not going to be, you know, it'll still be verbal, but there's going to be some action followed up with it. No question about it. You'll be penalized for it. That doesn't mean violence. Black people always think that they have to resort to violence. But anytime you got to resort to violence, it means you have one out of all other psychological resources. Period. And I always tell people, if violence is not the way you make your money, then violence is bad for business. It's that simple, right? Terra Europeana, no, you want me to be. That's your thing, is you want me to be. You need me to be. If you're talking about me, I don't know who you're talking. Hold on 1 second. Oh, this person is stupid. See, that's the one thing I gotta get rid of this person. Okay, let me explain something to you. Right? Hey, I got a quote for you. You're what's your name? Whatever your name is. Let me give you a quote. One of my favorite quotes. Right? Since you like quotes so much, here you go. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give you one of my favorite quotes by a German scholar. Hopefully the whole thing will fit. Probably won't. Let's see if it fits. This is one of my favorite quotes. I got this white person in here who's losing his mind, right? So I'm gonna put the rest of it in here. In the course of, here we go, right? Here we go. Boom. Here you go. All right. I'm doing this for you. What's your name? Ain't upset white person? Hold on 1 second. Okay, so watch this. Right? Here you go. That's a quote for you. What's this white person's name? Terra Europeana? Terra Europeana. Okay. Here you go. Read this. I may here express my opinion in passing that the white color of the skin is not natural to man, but that by nature he has a black or brown skin. That consequently a white man has never originally sprung from the womb of nature, and that thus there is no such thing as a white race, much as it is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one, forced into the strange world where he only exists like an exotic plant, and like this requires in winter a hothouse. And then it says, it continues, in the course of, hold on, where's it at? Here it is right here, right? It continues. In the course of thousands of years, man became white. Where did that quote come from? The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, page 358, the German philosopher Schopenhauer. That's who said that, not SHAKKA-AHMOSE. So I hope I made you mad with that. Okay? I hope I made you mad with that. Here we go. Come on. Sun does not speak skin and dark. I don't know. I don't know who you're talking to. So anyway, I'm going, people. I love you all. Well, those of y'all who rock with me, I can't tell you I love everybody. I'm not a Christian. Right? I'm literally going to leave y'all on one last thing and then I'm out. I'm literally, because y'all keep me here all day. I like hanging out with y'all. Let me see. Here we go. This is literally the last thing and I'm out. Oh, you know what? I was going to do, I'm going to do this instead. Hey, where you at? Here you go.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. The ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman, the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing. They had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? Seligman found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hamite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hamites. So Seligman saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century. And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
So yeah, we don't play that shit over here. Okay? We got our shit together. Remember that. On facts over feelings, everything here is facts over feelings. So if your feelings are hurt and your butt hurt, right? For you white people that want to creep into my... First of all, I don't even know how you white folks find me. I don't even know how do you even find me? I got a few select white homies that come through to check on me to make sure I'm okay. And I look forward to them when they come through. Right? I actually do. But the rest of you morons, stay the hell out of my chat. You're not welcome here. And my white homies are successful white men with university degrees in physics. They have worked at higher levels, high up levels in the entertainment industry. Like these are quality persons. And they are friends. Like I consider them friends. I spend time with their families, their children. They invite me and whoever I'm with in a relationship over to their homes. We have dinner, we chill, we talk politics, we talk race, everything. Everything. In fact, one of my white friends called me the other day and said, "Hey, it's me, and it's one of the few white people that you like." And I said, "Now, why you got to say that? Right? That's not true. Right? I don't know a whole lot of white people, so I can't walk around like, oh, I got a whole lot of white friends. No, I'm not running through my life trying to meet all the white people in the world. No, thank you. I'm good. If I can meet all the black people in the world, I'm not going to complain because I find black people to be fascinating and beautiful with all kind of special secrets that the world does not allow us to share and express. So, because they always want to bombard us with images of the Black Widow and Captain America and Tony Stark and yeah, I just don't need a shitload of white heroes and white folks in my face showing me how great they are or how magical they are with where the beasts are and Lord of the Rings and all of this magical world where black folks, they don't like that diversity and inclusion thing, but they had black folks in the Lord of the Rings living up in the well, actually, there were some black people living up there, but that's not the point, right? So anyway, yeah, did I get rid of this person? I don't know. Terry, you're a peanut. I ain't seen you saying anything that I identify with, so I'm gonna get rid of you. Yeah, goodbye. Man, thank you. I appreciate that, y'all, very much so. Absolutely. Absolutely. I wanted to give y'all this. You know what I'm saying? There were some things y'all needed to see. Most importantly, I needed y'all to see yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're known by their religion first. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It is true. But that's a smokescreen. The whole thing about in Egypt, how people are known by their religion first, that's a smokescreen. They're known by race first. Trust me. The polite thing to say is we are known by religion first. No, it's not true. How would I? That's funny. Matthew, you're funny. I would like, matter of fact, let me take a picture of that. I would like to know. I should call them and ask them. Right? Oh, but I don't know if they're still Christians or not. I mean, maybe after tonight they might not be. I don't know. Right? But oh God, I got a dumb person in here. Goodbye. You're still on the first grade level. See, dumb people come in all colors. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna ban you. You need to stay here so you can learn, man. Ham is a fantasy thing, right? Yeah. So anyway, with that, folks, I will see you guys tomorrow. most likely I will see you tomorrow. If not, I'll be taking classes on Patreon, because I got to get my Patreon up and running. I got to get my money right this year, because a lot of people are dependent on me with KEMETVILLE, and so my own personal money has to be correct, right, in proper places, and that includes my Patreon. And for those people who really fuck with me like that, who want to see all the other things that I do, like my music, because there are a lot of people who want into my music as well, and they get uptight when I took everything off the internet. But so this is the very last thing you'll see. When this goes off, I'm gone. You won't even see me. I won't be saying anything. So I'll see you guys. Please go to SHAKKA-AHMOSE.com. Please go to KEMETVILLE.com. Please, I'm begging you all. I don't normally beg people. Please let people know about the last night of Asar. I really want people to see that short film. It would really mean a lot to me. Even if you just share the trailer's on my YouTube channel. It's in fact, the link to the trailer for my film is in this description. I'm just asking you to share the trailer with people you know, like do an email blast. You know what I mean? Like help a brother out. You know what I'm saying? In fact, send it to influential people. If you got connections and you're in California, or you know people in Hollywood, or you know people at Netflix, or you know people at HBO, or you know people who are whatever, just looking for black talent, send it to them. I don't, I'm not really, I unnetworked myself years ago. Just trying to get back to the culture so I could get my mind, to get my life back in alignment. So yeah, do that for me, y'all. Come on, show brother some love. This is the last thing, and then I'm out. Deuces. Love you all.
So arrogant. What makes him think I'm supposed to come running every time he calls?
All my
And that's how you say goodbye. Hotep.